Victorian London, smoke, filth, overcrowded streets, and enough horse manure to make modern sanitation workers weep. Meanwhile, down on the Sussex coast, Brighton offered sea breeze, elegant promenades, picturesque piers, an air that was actually considered beneficial to human survival. It's hardly a mystery why exhausted Victorians became utterly obsessed with the place. As I recently shared in one of my posts, there's something deeply rejuvenating and grounding about standing beside the sea and watching an epic sunset unfold across the horizon. So tonight, dear dreamer, we're diving into the rich and fascinating history of my beloved Brighton and London, two places that will forever hold a piece of my heart, and whose histories are far more connected than they first appear. Well, my soul's been craving a little escape recently, but bear with me. The contrast between these two cities is endlessly fascinating. Hope you'll fall in love with them, as much as I have. One became known as the Big Smoke, a vast industrial beast fueled by coal, ambition, empire, and endless noise. The other evolved into London by the Sea, a glittering escape filled with fresh air, pleasure piers, royal fantasy, seaside rebellion, and the comforting sound of waves rolling endlessly against the shore. Tonight, we'll journey through smoky Victorian streets and along Brighton's glowing promenades. We'll uncover how a struggling fishing town transformed into one of Britain's most iconic seaside resorts, why Victorians became obsessed with bathing and promenading, how the magnificent West Pier rose and fell into haunting ruin, and why Brighton still feels so magical even now. But to understand Brighton, we must first begin somewhere else entirely. We must begin in London, Victorian London, the great imperial capital, the beating heart of the 19th century. The city of Parliament, palaces, factories, railway termini, counting houses, theatres, slums, dockyards, gentlemen's clubs, workhouses, and more moral anxiety than any civilization should reasonably be expected to survive. It was magnificent. It was monstrous. It was rich, brilliant, crowded, inventive, cruel, filthy, and very often, frankly, disgusting. By the middle of the 19th century, London was the largest city in the world. It was the capital of an empire that stretched across continents, the centre of finance and government, the stage on which Britain liked to imagine itself as orderly, righteous, civilised, and naturally superior to everyone else. Very Victorian, very polished, very please ignore the open sewer. Because beneath the confidence and ceremony, the city was choking. Coal fires burned in homes, factories, workshops and offices. Smoke poured from chimneys and hung in the air, mixing with fog to create the infamous London smog. Soot settled on windowsills, clothing, lungs, and probably the moral character of anyone who spent too long breathing it. The streets were crowded with horse-drawn traffic, which sounds charming until one remembers that horses are not decorative engines. They eat, they sweat, they die. And, most importantly for the pedestrian experience, they produce manure in heroic quantities. So, there was London. Imperial capital, centre of civilization, ankle-deep in horse-poo. The Victorians, to their credit, did not lack ambition. They built railways, bridges, sewers, museums, stations, schools, parks, markets, and monuments. They mapped, measured, classified, improved, moralised, and interfered. They believed in progress with an intensity that was almost touching, if occasionally terrifying. Steam power seemed to promise a new world. Iron and glass reshaped skylines. The Great Exhibition of 1851 displayed the wonders of industry inside the Crystal Palace, a vast, glittering structure in Hyde Park that announced, with almost unbearable confidence, that mankind had mastered nature. Nature, one suspects, raised an eyebrow. For all its brilliance, Victorian London was also a place of overcrowding, disease, and inequality. The rich inhabited elegant squares and townhouses. The poor were packed into courts, alleys, cellars, and rookeries where disease moved swiftly and privacy barely existed. Cholera outbreaks struck the city repeatedly before the connection between contaminated water and disease was properly understood and acted upon. In 1858, the smell of the polluted Thames became so unbearable during the hot summer that Parliament itself could scarcely function. This episode became known, with admirable bluntness, as the Great Stink. It takes a special kind of national emergency for politicians to notice sewage. But eventually they did. And while engineers such as Joseph Bazalgette began the enormous task of building London's modern sewer system, the desire to escape the city only grew stronger. London was opportunity, yes. It was power, money, culture, employment, spectacle. But it was also pressure. Noise, smoke, crowding, disease, class competition. A city where even leisure could feel like another form of performance. And here, at last, the sea begins to call. By the 18th and 19th centuries, the British relationship with the seaside had changed profoundly. For centuries, the coast had often been viewed with suspicion. It was the edge of things, a place of storms, wrecks, smugglers, invasion threats, and poor fishermen mending nets in weather that did not care whether anyone was having a picturesque experience. Then came fashion. Then came medicine. Then came money. Doctors began recommending sea air and sea bathing for all manner of complaints. Melancholy, weakness, nervous disorders, skin conditions, general limpness of spirit, and that broad, mysterious category beloved by historical medicine, the Constitution. If you had one, apparently it needed strengthening. And what better way than being plunged into cold sea water by a stranger while wearing a bathing costume heavy enough to qualify as architecture? Brighton's rise was closely linked to this new belief in the health-giving powers of the sea. In the mid-18th century, Dr. Richard Russell of Lewes became famous for promoting the medicinal benefits of seawater. His 1750 work on the use of seawater in diseases of the glands helped popularize Brighton as a place where the sick, wealthy, fashionable, and health-obsessed might come to be cured, or at least dramatically inconvenienced in the name of wellness. This was not wellness in the modern sense. There were no oat milk lattes, no yoga retreats, no soothing playlists titled Coastal Healing Frequency. There was seawater. You drank it. You bathed in it. You submitted yourself to it like a damp moral lesson. And somehow, it worked. Or rather, the idea worked. Brighton began to change. What had been a struggling fishing town became a destination. The poor old town, battered by storms and coastal erosion, began attracting visitors from London and beyond. They came for health, then for society, then for pleasure. Because once wealthy people discover a place is good for them, they usually discover very quickly that it is also good for showing off. This is one of the great engines of history, the human desire to be seen somewhere desirable. By the late 18th century, Brighton was becoming fashionable. Its proximity to London was crucial. It was far enough away to feel like escape, close enough to remain convenient. The road journey could be uncomfortable, slow and muddy, but for those with means, the reward was worth it. Then, in the 19th century, the railway transformed everything. When the London and Brighton Railway opened in 1841, the journey became faster, easier, and available to far more people. Brighton was no longer only a retreat for the wealthy and royal. It was becoming London by the sea. That phrase matters. London by the sea. It suggests both escape and continuity. Brighton was not the opposite of London. Not entirely. It was London loosened at the collar. London with salt on its lips. London pretending for a weekend not to care what anyone thought, while secretly caring very much indeed. Victorians were experts at public performance. They lived in a society intensely aware of rank, respectability, appearance, and behaviour. Clothes mattered, manners mattered, address mattered. The arrangement of calling cards mattered. Whether one walked, rode, bathed, dined, danced, or sat in the correct place at the correct hour could all become part of the vast invisible theatre of class. So when Victorians went to the seaside, they did not simply relax. That would have been far too simple and dangerously French. So they promenaded. To promenade was to walk publicly with purpose, dignity, and the unspoken hope that someone of social importance might notice your excellent bonnet. The seafront became a stage. The promenade was where one displayed health, wealth, fashion, marriageability, leisure, taste, and the fact that one could afford to be beside the sea instead of trapped in a counting house inhaling coal dust. Brighton understood this instinct beautifully. It gave visitors space to walk, watch, flirt, judge, admire, and pretend not to be doing any of those things. Hotels, lodging houses, assembly rooms, libraries, baths, theatres, and later piers all grew from this culture of display. The town learned to sell not just sea air, but an experience of being transformed by proximity to the sea. You arrived from London, grey and tired. You left ideally refreshed, socially improved, and perhaps slightly poorer. And then there was royalty. No account of Brighton can resist the Prince Regent, later George IV, and frankly Brighton would not want it to. He was one of those historical figures who seemed designed to make future historians sigh heavily and keep writing. Extravagant, charming, vain, indulgent, emotionally complicated, and catastrophically expensive, he first visited Brighton in the 1780s. He found in the town a place where he could enjoy pleasures less easily managed under the stricter gaze of London court life. Brighton offered distance. Not too much distance, of course. He was still a prince. One must not be remote from one's tailors. Over time, his seaside retreat developed into the Royal Pavilion, one of the most astonishing buildings in Britain. With its domes, minarets, exotic interiors, and wild mixture of Indian and Chinese-inspired fantasy, it looks less like a royal residence and more like a dream someone had after eating too much pudding while reading travel literature from an empire they had no intention of questioning. It is absurd, It is beautiful. It is problematic. It is Brighton. The pavilion helped seal the town's identity as a place of glamour, indulgence, and theatrical escape. Where royalty went, fashion followed. Where fashion went, money followed. Where money went, builders followed. And where builders went, one could usually expect arguments, dust, speculation, and several men in hats claiming the whole thing was progress. By the Victorian period, Brighton had become a major seaside resort. Its population expanded, its seafront developed, its entertainment culture blossomed. The railway brought day trippers and holiday makers in increasing numbers. The town, that had once depended on fishing, now depended on visitors arriving with luggage, appetite, curiosity, and a willingness to spend money on rooms, bathing, food, music, theatre, souvenirs, and eventually pier amusements of every imaginable kind. This was not merely a local transformation. It reflected a broader change in British life. The industrial age created new forms of exhaustion and new forms of leisure. As cities grew and work became more structured around factories, offices, timetables, and wages, the idea of holiday began to change. Time away from work became something to organise, sell, desire, and defend. The seaside offered a ritual of release. The train carried people from inland labour to coastal pleasure. Even a day at the beach could feel like crossing a border. And yet Brighton always carried contradiction within it. It was healthy but crowded, elegant but tacky, exclusive then democratic, respectable but naughty, royal but rebellious. A place where invalids came for cures, aristocrats came for pleasure, middle-class families came for status, workers came for a rare day out, and later generations came for nightlife, art, freedom, protest, love, reinvention, and chips. Always chips. The English seaside has never been only beautiful. That is part of its charm. It is beautiful and shabby, grand and ridiculous, sentimental and faintly damp. You may be gazing at a sublime sunset while a gull attempts to mug someone for a sausage roll 3 feet away. This, too, is philosophy. Brighton became beloved not because it was perfect, but because it understood escape in all its forms. Escape from London smoke, escape from social suffocation, escape from illness, escape from boredom, escape from the self, if only briefly. It offered people the fantasy that life could be lighter by the sea, that one could breathe differently there, that the horizon might rearrange the mind. Of course, Brighton did not truly leave London behind. It absorbed it. The capital poured itself southward by road and rail. London money shaped Brighton's buildings. London fashions filled its streets. London anxiety strutted along its promenade. Londoners brought their habits with them because humans are very good at fleeing a place while recreating its social pressures somewhere prettier. And so Brighton became London by the Sea, not only because Londoners visited, but because it became a seaside extension of metropolitan life. A place where the city could dream of itself differently, less smoky, more sparkling. Still class conscious, naturally. Let us not get carried away. Over the chapters ahead, we will walk through this transformation slowly. We will return to Victorian London and breathe, regrettably, its heavy air. We will explore the class divisions, the industrial ambition, the literature, the sanitation crises, the exhibitions, the railway stations, the feverish confidence of a city that thought it was building the future while misplacing quite a lot of its poor. Then we will travel back to Brighton before the glamour, to the old fishing town of Brightonston, where storms chewed at the coast and survival mattered more than leisure. We will meet the doctors, royals, speculators, engineers, performers, invalids, bathers, dandies, and day trippers who remade the town. We will stroll along the promenade and examine that strange Victorian ritual of walking slowly in public while pretending it was not a competitive sport. We will step onto the vanished Royal Suspension Chain Pier, opened in 1823, once a marvel of engineering and elegance. We will linger over the West Pier, opened in 1866, perhaps the most haunting of Brighton's lost beauties, now a blackened skeleton standing in the waves like memory itself. We will visit the Palace Pier, opened in 1899, still bright, noisy, stubborn and alive. We will wander through the Royal Pavilion where restraint went politely to die. And at the end, we will ask what Brighton's legacy really is, because Brighton is more than a resort, more than a weekend destination, more than a punchline involving gulls, pebbles and Londoners pretending they might move there one day. Brighton is a story about reinvention. It is a story about how places are imagined, marketed, ruined, restored, loved, mocked, and loved again. It is about the human need to escape and the equally human habit of bringing ourselves with us when we do. It is about sea air and status, sickness and pleasure, architecture and decay, vanity and longing. It is about the strange comfort of standing at the edge of the country and watching the light change. So, settle in. Let the smoke of London drift behind us. Let the clatter of hooves fade. Let the coal dust loosen from the air. Somewhere ahead, beyond the crowded roads and railway lines, beyond the soot-blackened city and its anxious respectability, the sea is breathing in the dark. And Brighton is waiting. Before Brighton became an escape, London first had to become exhausting. And exhausting it certainly was. To step into Victorian London was to enter a city that seemed permanently awake. Not lively in the modern sense, not buzzing with artisanal coffee and people pretending to enjoy networking events, but truly, relentlessly alive. The city rattled, smoked, sweated, shouted, steamed, hammered, coughed, bargained, and expanded with the manic confidence of an empire convinced history itself was cheering it on. By the 19th century, London was no longer simply a capital city. It was becoming the capital of the modern world. When Queen Victoria ascended the throne in 1837 at the age of 18, London's population stood at roughly 2 million people. By the time of her death in 1901, it had swollen to over 6.5 million. It was the largest city on earth. No city in human history had ever expanded so rapidly on such a scale. Entire districts appeared almost overnight. Railways cut through old neighbourhoods, factories multiplied, warehouses crowded the riverbanks, chimneys rose into the sky like blackened forests. And everywhere there was movement. Omnibuses lumbered through crowded streets. Costermongers pushed carts of vegetables and fish through the markets. Clerks hurried to offices carrying ledgers and lunch tins. Chimney sweeps climbed soot-dark rooftops. Newspaper boys shouted headlines into the fog. Dock workers unloaded tea, sugar, tobacco, cotton and spices arriving from Britain's sprawling empire. Horses pulled wagons, cabs, carriages, brewery drays, and funeral hearses through streets coated in mud and manure. Always the horses. By the late 19th century, London contained hundreds of thousands of them. A single horse could produce around 15 kilograms of manure per day, which meant Victorian London generated mountains of dung with astonishing efficiency. The streets stank in summer heat, flies swarmed everywhere. Rain transformed roads into thick brown sludge. In dry weather, manure became dust and floated into the air people breathed. It was less great imperial capital and more apocalyptic petting zoo. And above it all hovered smoke. Coal was the fuel of Victorian Britain. Coal heated homes, powered factories, drove steam engines, lit industry, and fed the railways that stitched the country together. London burned enormous quantities of it every single day. Smoke poured constantly from chimneys, factory stacks, workshops, furnaces, and domestic fireplaces. It drifted through the streets and settled over the city in a heavy grey haze. Visitors often described the peculiar darkness of London's atmosphere. Buildings blackened with soot. Curtains absorbed smoke. White clothing was a deeply optimistic choice. Fog mixed with pollution to create the infamous pea supers, thick yellow smogs that swallowed streets and reduced visibility to mere feet. People stumbled through the gloom carrying lanterns in daytime. Newspapers occasionally reported collisions, drownings, thefts, or disappearances caused by the fog. And yet, remarkably, many Victorians considered this evidence of progress. Smoke meant industry. Industry meant wealth. Wealth meant empire. Therefore, smoke, in a deeply Victorian piece of logic, became almost patriotic. There was something extraordinary about the self-confidence of the age. Victorians genuinely believed they were building civilization itself. Britain led the Industrial Revolution. Its navy dominated the seas. Its factories supplied global markets. Railways connected cities at speeds earlier generations would have considered absurdly dangerous. Steamships shrank oceans. Telegraph cables transmitted information across continents. The 19th century often felt to Victorians like the future had arrived early and was demanding applause. And nowhere embodied that confidence more than the Great Exhibition of 1851. Held in Hyde Park under the guidance of Prince Albert, husband of Queen Victoria, the Great Exhibition displayed industrial achievements from across the world inside the Crystal Palace, a gigantic structure of iron and glass designed by Joseph Paxton. It stretched nearly 1,850 feet long and contained thousands of exhibits: machinery, textiles, scientific instruments, furniture, weapons, manufactured goods, and technological marvels. To many visitors, the Crystal Palace seemed almost supernatural. Vast sheets of glass reflected sunlight across enormous interior spaces. Trees remained standing inside the building itself. Crowds wandered through displays of industrial power with something approaching religious awe. The exhibition attracted over 6 million visitors. 6 million people paying to admire machinery. Victorians truly knew how to party. But beneath the grandeur and confidence lay deep inequality. Victorian London was a city sharply divided by class. Wealth and poverty often existed side by side with astonishing intimacy. Elegant townhouses stood within walking distance of overcrowded slums. Gentlemen attended private clubs and discussed empire over cigars, while nearby families crammed into single damp rooms with little sanitation and uncertain access to food. For the wealthy and upper middle classes, London offered privilege on a magnificent scale. Servants cooked meals, cleaned houses, polished boots, lit fires, emptied chamber pots, and maintained households with military precision. Aristocrats attended balls, concerts, dinners, theatres, and social seasons governed by elaborate etiquette. Gentlemen belonged to exclusive clubs in St. James's, where politics, gossip, and boredom mingled comfortably together beneath chandeliers. Middle-class respectability became one of the defining obsessions of the age. Victorians cared deeply about appearances. A respectable home reflected moral character. Curtains mattered. Cleanliness mattered. Manners mattered. Correct pronunciation mattered. One's social position could be communicated through clothing, furniture, education, hobbies, posture, handwriting, and whether one owned enough teaspoons. The pressure to appear respectable was relentless, and nowhere was this pressure more visible than in the home itself. Victorian domestic life revolved around strict ideas of gender and morality. Men occupied the public sphere of work, business, and politics. Women, particularly middle-class women, were expected to embody virtue, gentleness, and domestic order. The ideal woman was often described as the angel in the house, a phrase that sounds flattering until one realizes angels are generally expected to remain decorative, silent, and spiritually available at all times. In reality, women's lives varied enormously depending on class. Wealthy women supervised servants and social obligations. Poor women often worked brutal hours in factories, laundries, domestic service, or street trades, while also raising children and maintaining households. Many had little choice at all. Domestic service became one of the largest forms of employment in Victorian Britain. By the late 19th century, millions worked as servants. Maids, cooks, butlers, footmen, nursemaids, scullery maids, valets, and housekeepers formed the invisible machinery behind upper and middle-class comfort. And their work was exhausting. Servants rose early, slept little, worked constantly, and existed under rigid hierarchies of their own. A grand London household functioned almost like a small kingdom governed by bells, routines, uniforms, and social rules so precise they could make military administration look positively carefree. Meanwhile, at the other end of the social scale, the poor fought simply to survive. Industrialisation drew huge numbers into London seeking work. Many found only overcrowding and insecurity. Entire families might live in one room. Open drains polluted streets. Disease spread rapidly. Tuberculosis, typhus, smallpox, and cholera haunted poorer districts with terrifying regularity. Few events shocked Victorian London more than the cholera epidemics. In 1832, cholera swept through the city, killing thousands. Further outbreaks followed in 1848 and 1854. At the time, many still believed disease spread through miasma, or bad air, which admittedly was understandable because Victorian London absolutely smelled like something that should kill you. But during the 1854 outbreak, physician John Snow, yep, that's his real name, made a groundbreaking discovery. By mapping cholera cases in Soho, he linked the outbreak to contaminated water from the Broad Street pump. His work became a major step toward modern epidemiology and public health. For my fellow Game of Thrones lovers, I was wondering if Jon Snow indeed inspired the character. Well, it turns out, perhaps he actually might have. Some say that White Walkers represent the cholera epidemic that the real Dr. Snow helped stop. I'm going to dig into this deeper later, but it sounds cool, right? Anyway, let's continue, shall we? Not everyone accepted his theory immediately. Humans are often surprisingly committed to incorrect ideas, especially if changing them requires infrastructure spending. Still, reform slowly followed. One of the great heroes of Victorian London was engineer Sir Joseph Bazalgette. After the Great Stink of 1858, when the smell of sewage from the Thames became unbearable even inside Parliament, Bazalgette designed an enormous sewer system that transformed London's sanitation. Miles of underground sewers redirected waste away from central districts and dramatically improved public health. It was one of the greatest engineering projects in the city's history, and perhaps one of the least glamorous. Statues are rarely erected to sewage management with the enthusiasm granted to military victories, which feels unfair when one considers how many more lives were saved by proper drainage. Yet despite its dangers and inequalities, London possessed extraordinary energy. The city was a centre of literature, journalism, theatre, and intellectual life. Charles Dickens wandered its streets observing both misery and absurdity with unmatched precision. His novels captured the contradictions of Victorian society: generosity and cruelty, ambition and corruption, sentimentality and exploitation. Dickens understood London as few writers ever have. He knew its fog, prisons, alleys, debtors, clerks, orphanages, lawyers, markets, and endless human theatre. Reading Dickens today still feels like being guided through gaslit streets by someone who cannot stop gossiping about everyone they pass. Other writers added their own visions of the city. Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes navigated a London of crime, science, and mystery. Oscar Wilde transformed social hypocrisy into sparkling comedy. H.G. Wells imagined futures shaped by industrial modernity. Bram Stoker's Dracula turned London itself into a landscape of fear, fog, and modern anxiety. Victorian London inspired imagination because it often seemed unreal already. And then there were the railways. If coal powered the Victorian age, railways gave it motion. The expansion of London's railway network transformed both the city and the nation. Stations such as Paddington, King's Cross, Euston, Waterloo, Victoria and Liverpool Street became cathedrals of steam and iron. Trains arrived roaring beneath vast glass roofs, while porters hurried luggage through crowds of travellers. Railways altered time itself. Journeys that once required exhausting days by coach now took hours. Fresh food arrived faster, newspapers spread more quickly. People travelled for work, leisure and tourism on scales previously unimaginable. And crucially for our story, railways allowed Londoners to escape. Before the railway age, visiting Brighton remained relatively expensive and inconvenient. Wealthier travellers could endure the uncomfortable coach journey south, but ordinary workers rarely possessed the time or means. The railway changed that forever. The London and Brighton Railway opened in 1841, linking the capital directly to the coast. Suddenly, the sea became accessible to thousands more people. Excursion trains brought clerks, shopkeepers, families, and eventually working-class visitors to Brighton's beaches and promenades. Industrialisation had created urban exhaustion. Railways now sold temporary relief from it. And Londoners desperately wanted relief. Because for all its excitement, Victorian London could be emotionally suffocating. Society demanded discipline, ambition, self-control, and respectability. Reputation mattered intensely. Failure carried social shame. Work schedules grew increasingly rigid. Time itself became regulated by clocks, factory whistles, railway timetables, and office routines. Even leisure became organised. Public parks offered carefully managed greenery. Museums educated citizens morally as well as intellectually. Music halls entertained crowds with songs, comedy, and spectacle. Department stores emerged as glittering temples of consumption. The middle classes embraced hobbies, clubs, lectures, societies, and seaside holidays with almost competitive enthusiasm. Victorians approached recreation as though trying to win it. And beneath all this activity lurked enormous anxiety. The 19th century was an age obsessed with improvement. Self-improvement, moral improvement, social improvement, industrial improvement, national improvement. Entire shelves of books instructed readers how to behave, speak, dress, manage households, raise children, succeed in business, and avoid scandal. One suspects many Victorians were permanently exhausted from attempting to be ideal citizens every waking moment. Perhaps that is why the seaside became so emotionally powerful. Brighton offered distance from smoke and schedules, distance from factories and offices, distance from crowded terraces and polluted air. The sea represented openness in contrast to urban confinement. Fresh wind replaced stagnant fog. Horizons replaced brick walls. Even the soundscape changed. In London, there were wheels, hooves, shouting traders, whistles, hammering metal, barking dogs, church bells, factory noise, and endless human movement. In Brighton, there were waves. Well, waves, gulls, brass bands, shouting children, donkey rides, suspicious shellfish vendors, and eventually arcades screaming mechanically into the night. But still, waves too. And that mattered. Victorian Londoners increasingly believed the seaside possessed restorative powers. Doctors prescribed sea bathing for physical and mental health. Invalids travelled south, seeking recovery. Families rented lodging houses for holidays. Wealthy visitors promenaded along the coast, displaying expensive clothing while pretending not to notice everyone else doing exactly the same thing. Brighton became the great emotional counterweight to London. Not because it was free from class divisions or performance. Far from it. Brighton simply transformed those anxieties into leisure activities with better scenery. Yet the contrast remained powerful. London was work. Brighton was escape. London was smoke. Brighton was salt air. London was obligation. Brighton was possibility. And perhaps no image captures Victorian contradiction more perfectly than this. A heavily dressed gentleman in full black wool standing beside the sea on a sweltering summer afternoon, sweating magnificently while insisting the coastal air is doing wonders for his constitution. That, in many ways, was Victorian Britain itself. An age of astonishing invention wrapped tightly inside layers of rigidity, anxiety, ceremony, and fabric. But despite all its absurdities, London possessed something unforgettable. Energy, momentum, scale. The feeling that history was happening there every hour of the day. It was dirty and unequal, and often cruel, but it was alive in a way few cities had ever been alive before. And from that immense smoky organism, people began flowing steadily southward toward the coast, toward pleasure, toward spectacle, toward Brighton, toward a town that would reinvent itself as the glittering seaside dream of industrial Britain, a place where Londoners could breathe again, or at least cough more romantically. Before Brighton became a place of striped deck chairs, polite sunburn, romantic weekends, and seagulls with the moral restraint of organised pirates, it was simply a small fishing settlement facing the sea and hoping the sea would behave itself. The sea, naturally, refused. Brighton's story begins not with glamour, but with uncertainty. Wind, salt, storms, erosion, hunger, hard labour, and the constant uneasy relationship between coastal communities and the water that feeds them, while also threatening to swallow everything they own. Before there were elegant promenades and fashionable visitors taking the air, there were fishermen hauling nets through freezing weather and families living at the mercy of tides that did not particularly care about human ambition. And yet, somehow, out of this vulnerable little settlement on the Sussex coast, emerged one of the most famous seaside resorts in the world. To understand how extraordinary that transformation truly was, we need to go back, far back, before the railways, before Queen Victoria, before the Prince Regent transformed the town into his personal fantasy kingdom, before Brighton was even called Brighton. For centuries, it was known as Brighthelmstone, which evolved into Brightonston, then Brightston, then Brighton. Voila. No surprise, because Brighthelmstone sounds less like a glamorous seaside destination and more like a place where medieval monks quietly argued about turnips. The earliest origins of Brighton stretch back to the Saxon period, likely sometime before the Norman conquest of 1066. Like many English coastal settlements, it began modestly, built around fishing and trade. The settlement appeared in the Domesday Book of 1086 as Bristol Mestune, by which point it already possessed a population, fisheries, and taxable value important enough to be recorded by William the Conqueror's administrators. The Domesday Book itself was essentially medieval England's greatest bureaucratic flex, a vast survey designed to catalogue land, wealth, ownership, and resources across the kingdom after the Norman invasion. The message was very clear. The Crown wished to know exactly who owned what and how much money could potentially be extracted from them. Some things, one suspects, never change. At the time, Brighthelmstone or Brightonstone was still small, a modest coastal community built around fishing, agriculture and survival. The English Channel offered opportunity but also danger. Storms battered the coast regularly. French raids threatened southern settlements during periods of war. Smuggling flourished along the Sussex coastline for centuries, because whenever Britain imposes taxes, someone immediately invents creative ways around them. And really, one cannot discuss old coastal Sussex without mentioning smugglers. The Sussex coast became notorious for smuggling operations during the 17th and 18th centuries. Contraband goods, including brandy, tea, tobacco, silk, and rum, were brought ashore under cover of darkness by organised gangs who knew the coastline intimately. Local communities often cooperated because smuggling provided income in regions where legitimate economic opportunities could be uncertain. It also helped that many smugglers were viewed less as hardened criminals and more as entrepreneurial fellows with boats. The government, irritatingly, disagreed. The coastline around Brighton and nearby villages became ideal for illicit trade. Hidden coves, isolated beaches, and difficult terrain made enforcement challenging. Revenue officers attempting to stop smuggling often faced hostility from locals who preferred cheaper untaxed goods and generally felt less enthusiasm for customs law than Parliament might have hoped. One gets the sense that Britain's relationship with authority has always involved a certain amount of sighing and quiet non-compliance. Still, despite smuggling and fishing, Brighthelmstone remained relatively poor for much of its early history. It was vulnerable economically and physically. Coastal erosion repeatedly damaged parts of the town. Storms destroyed homes and buildings near the shore. The sea that sustained the settlement could also wreck it spectacularly. One particularly devastating storm in 1703 caused enormous destruction along the southern coast of England. Buildings were swept away, fishing infrastructure damaged, and sections of Brighthelmstone severely affected. God, I hate that word. The Great Storm of 1703 remains one of the worst storms ever recorded in British history. Winds were so violent that thousands of chimneys collapsed across the country. Ships sank in huge numbers. Even Queen Anne reportedly believed divine judgment might be underway, which frankly is understandable when your roof has just disappeared into the atmosphere. Brighthelmstone's vulnerability earned it an unfortunate reputation during the 18th century. Some described it as a decayed town, a term used for places that had declined economically or physically over time. Fishing remained difficult and unreliable. Buildings near the shore suffered continual damage. Poverty was widespread. There was little indication that this struggling coastal settlement would one day attract royalty, artists, aristocrats, tourists, and millions of visitors from around the world. Then, as often happens in history, everything changed because of health trends and doctors. In the 18th century, Britain experienced growing fascination with the supposed medicinal benefits of seawater and sea air. Medical theory at the time remained a fascinating mixture of genuine observation, ancient ideas, confidence, and what we might now politely call enthusiastic guessing. People sought cures for all manner of illnesses through spa towns, mineral waters, fresh air, and bathing. Health tourism became fashionable among the wealthy classes. Bath became famous for its thermal waters. Tunbridge Wells attracted visitors seeking refinement and recovery. And gradually, attention turned toward the sea itself. Enter Dr. Richard Russell. Russell was born in 1687 and practiced medicine in Lewes, not far from Brighthelmstone. In 1750, he published a work promoting the health benefits of seawater, particularly for diseases of the glands. His recommendations included both bathing in seawater and, wonderfully enough, drinking it. Because apparently being near the sea was not sufficient, Victorians and Georgians looked at the ocean and thought, "Yes, I shall consume this aggressively." Russell's ideas became enormously influential. Wealthy patients began travelling to the Sussex coast seeking treatment. Brighthelmstone, with its coastal location and relative accessibility from London, suddenly acquired a new identity. It could sell itself as healthy. This was revolutionary. The town began attracting affluent visitors, seeking cures, relaxation, and fashionable company. Lodging houses developed. Bathing facilities appeared. The local economy shifted gradually from fishing toward tourism and hospitality. One of the most important developments in Brighton's early transformation was sea bathing itself. Now, modern beach culture tends to involve minimal clothing, optimism regarding weather forecasts, and lying horizontally while reconsidering one's life choices beneath suspiciously aggressive sunlight. 18th and 19th century sea bathing was entirely different. The British approached sea water with the emotional energy of people participating in medically approved warfare. Bathing machines became a common sight along Brighton's shore. These were small wooden huts on wheels that allowed bathers to change clothes privately before being rolled into the sea by horses or attendants. The bather could then enter the water with a degree of modesty preserved, because nothing says relaxation quite like being transported into freezing sea water inside a tiny mobile cupboard. Women often wore heavy bathing gowns designed to conceal the shape of the body as thoroughly as possible. Men's bathing attire was somewhat less restrictive, but still considerably more substantial than modern swimwear. Bathing could involve attendants known as dippers, whose role was to assist or sometimes enthusiastically shove nervous clients into the sea for therapeutic purposes. I reckon customer reviews might have been mixed. Yet sea bathing became enormously fashionable. The upper classes embraced Brighton enthusiastically during the late 18th century. The town's social atmosphere evolved rapidly. Visitors no longer arrived merely for health. They came to see and be seen. And that, as always, changed everything. Fashionable society in Georgian Britain revolved around visibility. Social status depended upon appearance, manners, connections, and participation in elite culture. Brighton offered a new stage, upon which wealth and refinement could perform themselves beside the sea. Assembly rooms hosted dances and concerts. Elegant lodging houses catered to visitors. Shops sold luxury goods. Carriages rolled through newly fashionable streets. Brighton's transformation accelerated as wealthy Londoners discovered they could temporarily escape the capital while still maintaining social rituals and comforts. It was close enough to London to remain convenient, yet distant enough to feel liberating. And then came the Prince Regent. Few individuals shaped Brighton more dramatically than George, Prince of Wales, later King George IV. Born in 1762, George was extravagant, charismatic, indulgent, and possessed of appetites that alarmed both moralists and accountants with equal intensity. By the 1780s, he had become enamoured with Brighton. Officially, the prince visited for health reasons. The sea air was thought beneficial after all. Unofficially, Brighton allowed him a degree of freedom unavailable within the rigid formalities of royal court life. Here, he could socialise more freely, pursue pleasures enthusiastically, and maintain his relationship with Maria Fitzherbert, a Catholic widow whom he secretly married in 1785, despite legal and constitutional complications. George adored luxury. Unfortunately, luxury adored George right back. His Brighton residence began modestly enough as a farmhouse called the Royal Pavilion. Over time, however, it expanded into the astonishing Royal Pavilion we know today. Architects including Henry Holland, William Porden, and later John Nash transformed the building into a fantastical palace inspired by Indian and Chinese motifs. Domes rose above the town skyline. Minarets appeared beside the sea. Interiors exploded into dragons, chandeliers, silk, mirrors, lacquer, and theatrical opulence. The pavilion looked utterly unlike anything else in Britain, and Brighton loved it. The Prince Regent's patronage transformed the town's reputation. Royal attention drew aristocrats and fashionable society southward in increasing numbers. If royalty considered Brighton desirable, then the elite followed eagerly. The town developed rapidly during the Regency era, roughly between 1811 and 1820, when George ruled as Prince Regent due to his father, George III's illness. Elegant terraces appeared across Brighton. Architects designed sweeping crescents and stucco-fronted houses overlooking the sea. Kemp Town and Brunswick Town emerged as grand residential developments intended for affluent residents and visitors. The old fishing town increasingly coexisted beside fashionable New Brighton, and the contrast could be extraordinary. Poor fishermen still hauled nets onto beaches, while wealthy visitors promenaded nearby, discussing fashion, politics, and digestive health. Working-class residents served affluent tourists in lodging houses, kitchens, stables, and shops. Brighton became a place where glamour and hardship lived side by side, often separated only by a few streets. This pattern would continue throughout the town's history. Then the railways arrived. If the Regency era made Brighton fashionable, the railway made it accessible. The London and Brighton Railway opened in 1841 under engineer Sir John Rennie. Suddenly, travel times between London and Brighton shrank dramatically. What had once required exhausting coach journeys became manageable day trips. This changed Brighton forever. tourism expanded on an unprecedented scale. Middle-class families could now visit more easily. Excursion trains brought increasing numbers of working-class visitors during holidays. Hotels multiplied. Boarding houses expanded. Entertainment venues flourished. Brighton evolved from elite resort into mass seaside destination. And with mass tourism came spectacle. Victorian Brighton became famous for entertainment, leisure, and public display. The seafront developed into a world of promenades, theatres, music, bathing, restaurants, gardens, photography studios, and eventually piers extending dramatically into the sea. The British developed a peculiar obsession with piers during the 19th century. Part engineering triumph, part theatrical stage, part floating pleasure palace, piers became symbols of the seaside experience itself. Brighton would eventually possess some of the most famous piers in the country. But before the piers, before electric lights glittered above the waves, before arcades and postcards and candy floss, Brighton's essential identity had already formed. It was a place of escape. And escape became increasingly important during the industrial age. As London expanded into a smoky imperial giant, Brighton offered contrast. Sea air instead of coal smoke. Open horizons instead of crowded streets. Leisure instead of labour. The coast became psychologically powerful for urban Victorians exhausted by industrial life. Doctors praised fresh air. Writers romanticised the sea. Railway companies advertised holidays enthusiastically. Employers slowly began granting limited leisure time to workers. The idea of the seaside holiday embedded itself deeply into British culture. Brighton stood at the centre of this transformation, yet it never entirely lost traces of its earlier self. Even as elegant terraces rose above the coast, the old fishing quarter known as the Lanes survived within the town's tangled layout. Narrow alleyways and twisting passages preserved echoes of medieval Brighthelmstone beneath the fashionable Regency facade. This coexistence of old and new gives Brighton much of its peculiar charm even today. It has always contained contradictions, royal and rebellious, elegant and eccentric, healthy and gloriously excessive, sophisticated and faintly ridiculous. Brighton could host aristocrats in silk, while nearby fishermen repaired nets in the wind. It could celebrate royal glamour, while smugglers operated along the coast. It could market moral health, while quietly encouraging indulgence. And perhaps that duality explains why people fell so deeply in love with it. Brighton never became merely a polished resort. It retained texture, slight roughness around the edges, a sense that beneath the grand facades lingered older stories of storms, labour, smuggling, survival, and reinvention. By the late 19th century, Brighton had become one of Britain's most famous seaside destinations. Visitors arrived in enormous numbers. Hotels lined the coast. Piers stretched into the channel. Bands played along the seafront. Wealthy tourists mingled with clerks, shopkeepers, labourers, invalids, honeymooners, performers, and families seeking holiday excitement. The little fishing town, once dismissed as decayed, had reinvented itself completely. And Brighton would continue evolving through every era that followed. The 20th century brought wars, changing tourism, modern entertainment, social upheaval, artistic culture, and eventually Brighton's emergence as one of Britain's most progressive and creative cities. But beneath all those changes remained the same essential pull: the sea. Always the sea. The same restless water that battered old Brighthelmstone centuries earlier still rolled endlessly against the shore. Fishermen once depended upon it. Doctors prescribed it. Victorians romanticised it. Tourists photographed it. Lovers walked beside it. And generations of Londoners arrived seeking some form of relief beside it. Brighton grew because people needed somewhere to breathe differently. Somewhere outside ordinary life. A place where the horizon widened and the city loosened its grip. And somehow, against all probability, a struggling little fishing settlement on the Sussex coast became exactly that. Long before Brighton's great pleasure piers glittered with electric lights, arcade machines, theatre crowds, and the unmistakable aroma of fried food drifting heroically through sea air, there stood another pier. Elegant, delicate, slightly improbable. A structure that seemed less like architecture and more like a dream extending into the sea. The Royal Suspension Chain Pier. Today it survives mostly in paintings, engravings, fragments, and memory. Its physical form vanished long ago, claimed by storms and time, yet its importance to Brighton cannot be overstated, because this was the pier that changed everything. The pier that transformed Brighton's relationship with the sea. The pier that helped establish the great British seaside tradition itself. And like many beautiful things in Brighton's history, it carried within it both glamour and doom from the very beginning. The early 19th century was an age intoxicated by engineering. Britain's Industrial Revolution had unleashed extraordinary confidence in technology and design. Bridges spanned rivers with increasing daring, railways carved across landscapes, iron transformed construction, steam reshaped transport. Engineers became national celebrities, part scientist, part magician, part gentleman adventurer. And among the great engineering fascinations of the era was suspension technology. Suspension bridges appeared almost miraculous to 19th century audiences. Massive structures hanging gracefully through chains and cables seemed to defy gravity itself. Elegant rather than heavy, floating rather than rooted. Very modern, very ambitious, very Victorian. Captain Samuel Brown, the man responsible for Brighton's Chain Pier, embodied this spirit perfectly. Born in 1776, Brown served in the Royal Navy before turning toward engineering and innovation. He became particularly interested in wrought iron chains and suspension systems. At a time when iron engineering remained relatively experimental, Brown saw enormous possibilities in suspension technology for bridges and maritime structures. Brighton, meanwhile, was rapidly expanding. The Regency era had transformed the town into one of Britain's most fashionable seaside destinations. Wealthy visitors flocked south from London seeking sea air, society, and entertainment. The Prince Regent's patronage had elevated Brighton's prestige dramatically. Elegant terraces lined the seafront. Hotels and assembly rooms multiplied. But, despite all this glamour, access by sea remained difficult. Ships approaching Brighton struggled because the town lacked a proper harbour. Passenger vessels often anchored offshore, while smaller boats ferried passengers and goods awkwardly through rough waters. This could become dangerous during poor weather, and England's southern coast was not exactly famous for gentle cooperation. Brown proposed a solution both functional and spectacular. Construction of the Royal Suspension Chain Pier began in 1822, and the pier officially opened on November 25th, 1823. It stretched roughly 1,100 feet into the sea, and to contemporaries it looked astonishing. Supported by enormous suspension chains attached to tall cast iron towers, the pier seemed to hover above the water with remarkable lightness. Unlike later Victorian piers built wider and heavier for mass entertainment, the chain pier possessed elegance, delicacy, grace. It resembled a floating promenade more than a pleasure complex. Visitors approaching the pier from Brighton's seafront would have encountered a structure unlike anything most had ever seen before. 4 suspension towers rose dramatically above the waves. Iron chains curved between them in sweeping lines. Wooden decking stretched outward into the channel while the sea rolled beneath. At night, lamps illuminated the pier softly against the darkness. One can imagine the effect upon early 19th century visitors accustomed to candlelit streets and relatively modest public architecture. The chain pier must have seemed futuristic, romantic, and faintly unreal all at once. And importantly, it quickly became more than a transport structure. The British rarely encounter impressive engineering without immediately asking whether refreshments might also be added. The pier soon evolved into a social attraction in its own right. Visitors strolled along its length, enjoying sea views, fresh air, and the thrilling sensation of walking above open water. Small shops and seating areas appeared. Musicians performed. Couples promenaded. The structure became part of Brighton's social theatre. This was crucial because the chain pier arrived at precisely the moment seaside leisure culture was expanding rapidly. Brighton's promenade culture already encouraged walking, observation, and display beside the sea. The chain pier extended this experience dramatically outward into the channel itself. Visitors no longer merely looked at the ocean from shore. They entered it. Safely, of course. The Victorians adored rather controlled adventure. Standing at the end of the pier offered emotional experiences difficult to reproduce inland. Wind moved differently over open water. The town receded behind visitors, while the horizon stretched endlessly ahead. Waves crashed beneath the wooden decking. Ships passed offshore. Sea air swept across faces previously accustomed to London smoke and urban confinement. For many visitors, the pier represented freedom, or at least the nearest respectable equivalent Victorian society permitted. The chain pier also reflected Brighton's growing identity as a place of spectacle and innovation. The town increasingly marketed itself not merely as healthy but modern, exciting, fashionable, distinctive. And the pier became famous remarkably quickly. Artists painted it repeatedly. Writers described it admiringly. Tourists visited specifically to experience the structure. Prints and illustrations circulated across Britain, depicting the elegant suspension towers rising above the sea. Brighton had acquired an icon. But there was always vulnerability hidden within its beauty. The sea is patient, and the English Channel possesses little sentimental attachment to architectural ambition. From the beginning, maintaining the chain pier proved difficult. Storms battered the structure repeatedly. Strong winds caused alarming movement in the suspended decking. Salt water corroded iron fittings relentlessly. Repairs became frequent and expensive. Victorian engineering confidence occasionally collided with the reality that building delicate structures directly into rough seas was, technically speaking, asking for trouble. Yet the pier endured, and as it endured, Brighton itself changed around it. During the 1830s and 1840s, the town expanded rapidly. New hotels opened, residential development spread east and west along the coast. Tourism intensified. Then came the railway. The arrival of the London and Brighton Railway in 1841 transformed Brighton permanently. Suddenly, thousands more visitors could reach the coast quickly and affordably. Day trips became possible for growing sections of the middle and working classes. Brighton evolved from elite resort into mass seaside destination. And the chain pier stood at the centre of this transformation. Passengers arriving by sea continued using the pier, but increasingly its role became symbolic rather than practical. It represented Brighton itself, elegant, theatrical, modern, and devoted to leisure beside the water. By mid-century, the pier had become deeply woven into the identity of the town. Fishermen worked nearby. Bathing machines lined sections of the beach. Carriages rolled along the promenade. Ladies carrying parasols walked carefully against coastal winds, while gentlemen attempted dignified conversation despite clearly overheating beneath several layers of formal clothing. And out over the sea stretched the chain pier, graceful and improbable. Visitors loved it. Children fished from it. Couples wandered beneath moonlight. Musicians performed concerts nearby. The pier became associated with romance, relaxation, and the entire emotional mythology of Brighton as escape from urban life. It also attracted photographers once photography became more widespread later in the century. Early photographs captured the pier against changing skies and rough seas, preserving its fragile beauty for future generations. Yet even during its most successful years, concerns about structural safety persisted. The sea never stopped attacking it. Storm damage remained constant. Parts required rebuilding and reinforcement repeatedly. High winds occasionally frightened visitors when the suspended walkways moved noticeably beneath their feet, which must have been deeply invigorating for anyone already nervous about being suspended over open water by chains. Still, the Victorians adored spectacle mixed with mild existential danger, and the chain pier possessed both in abundance. Its vulnerability perhaps even enhanced its romance. Unlike later heavier piers, the structure seemed almost temporary. A delicate line between land and sea. Beautiful precisely because it looked as though nature might reclaim it at any moment. Then, gradually, newer attractions began reshaping Brighton's coastline. The Victorian era became the great age of pleasure piers. Advances in engineering allowed larger, wider, more elaborate structures filled with theatres, pavilions, restaurants, concert halls, exhibitions, and entertainment venues. Brighton's next great pier would eclipse the chain pier in scale and popularity. The West Pier. Opened in 1866 and designed by Eugenius Birch, the West Pier represented a new generation of seaside architecture. More expansive, more ornate, more commercially ambitious. The old chain pier suddenly seemed almost modest by comparison, yet many continued to love it precisely for that reason. It belonged to an earlier Brighton, Regency Brighton, romantic Brighton. The Brighton of promenades, sea air, and elegant simplicity before mass entertainment transformed the seafront into a louder and busier spectacle. Artists especially remained fascinated by its beauty. The pier appeared in countless paintings and illustrations throughout the 19th century. Its suspension towers framed the horizon beautifully. Its slender form complemented the changing moods of sea and weather. There was poetry in its design. But poetry rarely survives English storms indefinitely. Disaster finally arrived in December 1896. On the night of December 4th, a violent storm struck Brighton. Winds battered the coastline ferociously. The damage proved catastrophic. Large sections of the structure collapsed into the sea. After more than 70 years standing against wind and salt and storms, the old pier was broken beyond practical repair. Brighton woke to devastation. Photographs taken after the collapse show shattered remains jutting from rough water. Suspension chains hung twisted and broken. Decking vanished into the waves. The elegant structure that had once symbolized Brighton's rise lay destroyed. And strangely, many observers describe the scene as beautiful. There is something deeply Brighton about that. The town has always possessed a peculiar relationship with ruin and melancholy. Even today, the remains of the West Pier carry haunting emotional power precisely because destruction at sea feels both tragic and romantic. The chain pier's collapse marked the end of an era. By the late 19th century, Brighton had changed enormously from the Regency resort of the Prince Regent's time. Mass tourism dominated the seafront. New attractions catered to larger crowds. Entertainment culture grew louder and more commercial. The delicate old suspension pier no longer belonged entirely to the new age. And yet its influence survived everywhere. Without the chain pier, Brighton's later pier culture might never have developed in the same way. It established the idea that piers could become destinations themselves rather than merely practical structures. It connected engineering with leisure. It transformed walking above the sea into a central part of the seaside experience. In many ways, every British pleasure pier owes something to Brighton's first great pier. Today, almost nothing physical remains of it. A few fragments survive in museums and collections. Old images preserve its appearance. Historians reconstruct its story through drawings, photographs, and documents. But perhaps that feels strangely appropriate. The Royal Suspension Chain Pier belonged to an age obsessed with beauty, novelty, elegance, and fleeting experience. It existed during the moment when Brighton itself was transforming from fishing town into fantasy resort. And like the age that created it, the pier was both magnificent and fragile. For 73 years, it stretched delicately into the sea while visitors walked above the waves, dreaming of health, romance, escape, and modernity. Then the Channel reclaimed it, as the Channel always does eventually. Still, on certain evenings in Brighton, when mist hangs above the water and the light softens along the horizon, one can almost imagine it there again. The suspension towers rising dark against the sunset, the lamps glowing faintly above the sea, ladies in long dresses moving slowly along the decking, gentlemen pausing beside the railings, music drifting through salt air, and beneath them all, endlessly patient, the waves rolling quietly through the dark. If Victorian Britain had possessed social media, the promenade would have been it. Not because people photographed their breakfasts, thankfully, but because the basic principle was remarkably similar. One went there to be seen, to observe others being seen, to quietly judge strangers, to display status, taste, elegance, health, family, respectability, and possibly a new hat of intimidating architectural proportions. And nowhere perfected this ritual more beautifully than Brighton. Today, Brighton's seafront promenade feels relaxed. People wander with coffees. Cyclists glide past with varying levels of optimism regarding pedestrians. Tourists eat chips while seagulls monitor them with military precision. There is music drifting from bars, laughter from the beach, and the occasional deeply philosophical individual staring moodily at the horizon while pretending not to think about their emails. But in the 19th century, promenading was serious business. Not grim exactly. Victorians enjoyed pleasure enormously. They simply preferred pleasure to arrive wearing proper gloves and observing strict social codes. Leisure was rarely spontaneous. It was organised, ritualised, and often astonishingly competitive beneath its polite exterior. And the promenade became one of the great stages upon which Victorian society performed itself. The very word promenade carries elegance. It suggests slow movement, conversation, dignity, and controlled display. One did not merely walk in Brighton, one promenaded, ideally at the correct hour, in appropriate company, while dressed with enough refinement to imply both wealth and moral stability. The Victorians believed clothing communicated character. Therefore, if one wished to appear respectable, successful, attractive, educated, trustworthy, or marriageable, one's wardrobe needed to work very hard indeed. This became slightly complicated beside the sea. Brighton's promenade emerged gradually during the late 18th and 19th centuries as the town transformed from fishing settlement into fashionable resort. As more visitors arrived, particularly wealthy Georgians and Victorians escaping London, the seafront evolved into a social arena designed for leisure and display. Early Brighton had little resembling the grand promenades later associated with seaside resorts. The coastline was practical rather than decorative. Fishermen hauled boats ashore, nets dried in the wind. Storms regularly damaged buildings near the beach. But as tourism expanded, the town increasingly reshaped itself around visitors and their expectations. And visitors expected elegance. By the Regency era, particularly during the influence of the Prince Regent in the early 19th century, Brighton began developing a more refined seafront identity. New terraces overlooked the sea, walkways improved, public spaces became more carefully arranged. The sea itself transformed from dangerous workplace into fashionable scenery. This was one of the great psychological shifts of the 18th and 19th centuries. For centuries, coastlines had often been associated with danger, storms, invasion, shipwrecks, and hard labour. Romanticism changed that. Writers, artists, and travellers increasingly celebrated dramatic landscapes and emotional experiences connected to nature. Suddenly, the sea became sublime. Not relaxing exactly. The Romantic movement loved nature most when it appeared slightly capable of killing you. But the coastline acquired emotional and aesthetic prestige. To stand beside the ocean and contemplate existence became deeply fashionable. Victorians embraced this enthusiastically, while still insisting on carrying enormous quantities of the luggage and outerwear. Brighton's promenade allowed visitors to experience the sea safely and stylishly. One could enjoy fresh air, admire the horizon, converse with companions, and display oneself publicly without the inconvenience of actual physical exertion. This mattered enormously because Victorian society revolved around visibility. Class identity in 19th century Britain was constantly performed through behaviour. The way one walked, spoke, dressed, greeted acquaintances, selected companions, and occupied public space all communicated social position. Public life resembled an endless theatrical production in which everyone knew the rules, except occasionally tourists and small children. The promenade became one of the clearest expressions of this culture. During the season, Brighton filled with visitors from London and beyond. Aristocrats, middle-class families, retired military officers, invalids seeking sea air, fashionable young women, businessmen escaping smoky offices, clergymen attempting relaxation with limited success, and wealthy widows possessing terrifying social awareness all appeared along the seafront. And they walked, slowly, very slowly. Fast walking implied urgency, labour, or emotional instability, none of which were desirable on a fashionable promenade. The correct promenade pace allowed maximum visibility. One could observe acquaintances, exchange greetings, evaluate clothing, discuss scandal discreetly, and ensure one's own appearance received appropriate attention. Public space became a choreography of movement and observation. Victorian leisure often resembled elegant surveillance. Of course, promenading also reflected strict social codes surrounding gender. Respectable women could not simply wander freely through public spaces without risking gossip or criticism. The promenade, therefore, offered one of the few socially acceptable environments where men and women could interact semi-publicly within carefully managed boundaries. Courtship rituals flourished here. Young women walked accompanied by chaperones. Gentlemen strolled nearby hoping for introductions or opportunities to converse. Glances carried significance. Timing mattered. Social circles overlapped strategically. Entire romantic futures could hinge upon whether someone happened to encounter the right person while walking beside the sea at 4 in the afternoon. No pressure at all. Fashion became central to promenade culture. Victorian clothing was elaborate, structured, layered, and frequently impractical. Women's dresses expanded dramatically during different periods of the 19th century through crinolines, bustles, petticoats, corsets, and complex tailoring. Men wore frock coats, waistcoats, gloves, polished shoes, and carefully styled hats, All this while standing beside windy salt water. Brighton's seafront therefore became an ongoing battle between elegance and weather. Parasols trembled heroically against coastal winds. Hats threatened escape. Dresses collected sand with grim determination. Gentlemen attempted sophistication while secretly overheating beneath layers of wool. And still they persisted, because appearance mattered. The promenade also reflected Britain's growing middle class. Industrialisation and expanding commerce created new wealth during the 19th century. Increasing numbers of families possessed enough disposable income for leisure travel, holidays, and fashionable consumption. Brighton became one of the great playgrounds of this emerging middle-class world. Hotels expanded rapidly. Boarding houses multiplied. Restaurants, tea rooms, photographers, libraries, shops, concert venues, and bathing facilities catered to visitors eager to participate in respectable leisure culture. The promenade linked all these experiences together. It was both pathway and performance space. One of the most remarkable features of Victorian seaside culture was how intensely people believed fresh air improved health. Doctors prescribed sea air for exhaustion, nervous disorders, melancholy, tuberculosis, digestive complaints, and general weakness, which admittedly covered most of Victorian existence. Industrial cities like London had become associated with smoke, overcrowding, and disease. Brighton offered contrast, open skies, salt air, sea breezes. The simple act of walking beside the ocean acquired therapeutic significance. Promenading, therefore, became not merely fashionable but medically virtuous. Victorians loved activities that combined pleasure with moral justification. Pure enjoyment made them nervous. But if pleasure happened to involve health benefits, social respectability, and proper posture, then everyone could relax considerably. Well, relatively. Sea bathing formed another major aspect of Brighton's promenade culture. Bathing machines lined sections of the beach, allowing visitors to change privately before entering the water. Bathers descended into the sea under varying degrees of supervision, modesty, and terror. Men and women often bathed separately during earlier periods. Modesty rules remained intense. Female bathing costumes covered much of the body and became astonishingly heavy once wet. The British somehow managed to transform swimming into something resembling naval engineering. Yet, despite these restrictions, the seaside carried subtle undercurrents of freedom. Brighton existed slightly outside ordinary urban life. Social boundaries loosened just enough to feel exciting. Fashion could become bolder. Interactions became more relaxed. Entertainment expanded beyond strictly respectable activities. Music drifted constantly through the town. Military bands performed along the seafront. Concerts entertained visitors in assembly rooms and pleasure gardens. Street performers appeared during busy seasons. The sounds of Brighton differed profoundly from industrial London. Instead of factories and traffic, visitors encountered waves, music, laughter, gulls, and the rhythmic social murmur of the promenade itself. At night, gas lamps illuminated sections of the seafront with soft golden light. Couples walked beneath the glow while the sea disappeared into darkness beyond the railings. Hotels glittered with activity. Carriages arrived for dinners and dances. the resort developed an atmosphere both elegant and faintly theatrical. And Brighton excelled at theatre. Even architecture participated in the performance. Regency terraces curved gracefully beside the coast. Balconies overlooked the sea like viewing boxes in a grand social auditorium. The town presented itself as sophisticated, modern, healthy, and fashionable. And beneath all this elegance remained traces of older Brighton. Fishermen still worked the shore. Local labourers maintained roads, buildings, and hotels. Servants supported the comfort of wealthy visitors. Class divisions remained visible everywhere despite the apparent leisure and glamour. Promenading itself highlighted these inequalities. To promenade successfully required time, clothing, and freedom from manual labour. A factory worker covered in soot could hardly glide elegantly beside the sea at midday. The promenade represented leisure made visible. It allowed wealthier classes to display the fact that they possessed enough time to walk slowly for enjoyment. This visibility mattered enormously in Victorian culture. The 19th century saw growing concern about respectability and social mobility. The expanding middle classes often worried intensely about appearing proper. Brighton provided opportunities to participate in fashionable culture and demonstrate refinement publicly. Seaside photography became increasingly popular later in the century. Visitors posed in studios or along the seafront, preserving evidence of their holidays and social identities. Postcards spread images of Brighton across Britain. The town became not merely a place, but an idea. A fantasy of leisure beside the sea. By the later Victorian era, Brighton's promenade culture expanded further through new attractions and infrastructure. The construction of piers transformed the seafront dramatically. These structures extended leisure directly over the water itself, combining engineering spectacle with entertainment. The promenade naturally connected to them. Visitors strolled along the seafront before venturing onto the piers for concerts, theatres, refreshments, exhibitions, or simply the thrill of standing above the waves. The entire coastline became an immersive social environment designed around movement, observation, and amusement. And, importantly, Brighton increasingly welcomed not only aristocrats, but mass tourism. Railway excursions brought working-class visitors to the coast in enormous numbers. Cheap day trips allowed families from London and industrial towns to experience the seaside affordably. Brighton's social atmosphere became more democratic, though never entirely equal. Some wealthier visitors complained about crowds and declining exclusivity. This too became a recurring feature of British leisure history. The upper classes discover somewhere attractive, praise its charm enthusiastically, then panic the moment ordinary people arrive wanting enjoyment as well. Still, Brighton adapted brilliantly. It balanced elegance with entertainment, respectability with excitement, refinement with commercial spectacle, and the promenade remained central to all of it. During summer evenings, the seafront became particularly magical. Lamps flickered against the darkness. Music drifted from hotels and pavilions. Couples wandered beside the railings while waves rolled invisibly below. The air carried salt, perfume, cigar smoke, and occasionally horse manure, depending upon wind direction and unfortunate timing. Victorian Brighton excelled at illusion. The promenade suggested health, beauty, romance, sophistication, and escape. It offered visitors a carefully staged experience of coastal pleasure, and for many Londoners exhausted by industrial life, that illusion felt profoundly comforting. Yet there was always something faintly absurd beneath the elegance. Victorians approached relaxation with extraordinary complexity. Even holidays required rules. Even leisure demanded correct etiquette. Entire manuals instructed visitors how to behave at seaside resorts. One needed proper attire for walking, dining, bathing, travelling, and social calls. At times, the average Victorian holiday appears less restful than modern military training. And yet, people loved it. Because Brighton represented possibility. The promenade allowed reinvention, however temporary. Away from ordinary routines, people could imagine slightly different versions of themselves, more fashionable, more refined, more romantic, healthier, happier, more interesting. The seaside became a stage upon which these aspirations could briefly feel real. Over time, Brighton's promenade continued evolving alongside British society itself. Edwardian elegance gave way to 20th century tourism. Deck chairs replaced some formalities. Bathing costumes shrank dramatically to the probable horror of deceased Victorians everywhere. Electric lights replaced gas lamps. Arcades, cafes, bars, and modern attractions reshaped sections of the seafront. Yet the essential ritual remained. People still come to Brighton to walk beside the sea. They still pause along the railings staring toward the horizon. They still eat ice cream while wind attacks them personally. They still promenade, even if no one calls it that anymore. And perhaps, beneath modern casualness, something distinctly Victorian survives. The desire to escape the city. The longing for fresh air and open space. The quiet hope that walking beside the sea might somehow rearrange the mind. Brighton's promenade was never merely a walkway. It was a social theatre, a health cure, a fashion parade, a courtship arena, an economic engine, and above all, a place where industrial Britain came to breathe. A place where Londoners escaped smoke and soot for salt air and spectacle. Where the sea became scenery, and where generations of visitors walked slowly beside the waves, pretending not to notice they were all watching one another. There are ruins that feel dead. And then there are ruins that continue haunting the landscape long after their destruction. Brighton's West Pier belongs firmly to the second category. Even now, long after fire, storms, collapse, and abandonment reduced it to a skeletal silhouette in the sea, the West Pier remains one of the most emotionally powerful landmarks in Britain. Not because it survived intact, but because it did not. Because it stands there still, broken and blackened against the horizon, like the memory of a dream the sea refused to fully erase. People photograph it endlessly. Artists paint it. Writers romanticize it. Tourists stare at it in silence while seagulls scream overhead like tiny winged critics demanding chips. And perhaps the strangest thing of all is this. The ruined West Pier may be even more beloved now than when it was alive. Because the West Pier became something larger than architecture. It became a symbol of Brighton, of nostalgia, of faded grandeur, of the beautiful melancholy woven through so many British seaside towns. And to understand why the ruin matters so much, we must return to the Victorian age once more, because no nation has ever built leisure infrastructure with quite the same emotional intensity as 19th century Britain. The Victorians adored piers, not casually, not moderately, obsessively. By the second half of the 19th century, piers stretched from seaside resorts all around Britain's coastline. They were engineering triumphs, entertainment venues, social stages, architectural statements, and floating fantasies all at once. Piers allowed visitors to experience the sea safely while remaining surrounded by music, refreshments, lighting, performances, and polite civilization. Essentially, the British looked at the terrifying unpredictability of the ocean and thought, what if we added a concert hall and tea? Brighton's first great pier, the Royal Suspension Chain Pier, had already proven the emotional and commercial potential of building elegant structures over water. But by the 1860s, a new generation of pier engineering was emerging, larger and more ambitious than before. And one man stood at the centre of it. Eugenius Birch. Even his name sounds wonderfully Victorian. One imagines a man introducing himself as Eugenius Birch while unveiling ironwork beneath dramatic weather. Born in 1818, Birch became one of the most important pier engineers in British history. He specialised in designing structures capable of surviving harsh marine conditions while also appearing graceful and refined. His work helped define the visual identity of the British seaside. And among all his creations, the West Pier became perhaps his masterpiece. Construction began in 1863. The location chosen lay west of Brighton's older chain pier, extending elegantly into the channel from the fashionable promenade. The project aimed not merely to provide access over water, but to create an entire environment of leisure and beauty. This was important. Victorian piers were theatres as much as structures. When the West Pier officially opened on October 6, 1866, it immediately attracted admiration. The pier stretched roughly 1,115 feet into the sea and displayed all the elegance associated with Birch's engineering style. Ornate ironwork, decorative kiosks, graceful proportions, and carefully designed pavilions combined practicality with visual charm. Unlike industrial infrastructure elsewhere in Britain, the West Pier seemed almost delicate despite its engineering sophistication. It belonged to pleasure. Visitors stepping onto the pier entered a carefully staged world suspended between sea and sky. Brighton receded gradually behind them, while waves moved beneath the iron supports. Sea air flowed freely. The horizon opened outward. And there was music. Always music. Bands performed regularly on the pier. Concerts became central to its identity. Victorians adored public music with enormous enthusiasm, partly because recorded sound did not yet exist. Live performance carried emotional importance difficult to imagine today. Brass bands, orchestras, singers, and entertainers transformed public leisure into shared communal experience. The West Pier excelled at atmosphere. Gas lamps illuminated evening crowds. Elegant visitors strolled slowly along the decking. Couples leaned against railings gazing toward sunsets over the channel. the structure offered both excitement and serenity, spectacle and escape. It was beautiful. And importantly, it was designed for pleasure rather than transport. This distinguished the great Victorian pleasure piers from earlier maritime structures. The West Pier existed almost entirely to entertain, to delight, to encourage leisurely movement and emotional experience beside the sea. The British seaside holiday itself was evolving rapidly during this period. Railways had transformed tourism forever. Excursion trains carried enormous numbers of visitors from London and industrial cities toward coastal resorts. Brighton became accessible to growing sections of society beyond aristocratic elites. Middle-class families arrived for holidays, day trippers crowded the beaches, workers escaped factories temporarily for sea air and entertainment. Industrial Britain had created exhaustion on a massive scale. The seaside sold relief, and the West Pier became one of Brighton's great symbols of that relief. During the late 19th century, the pier expanded further. New attractions appeared. A central pavilion hosted concerts and events. Visitors could dine, socialise, listen to performances, and promenade above the water for hours. At night, illuminated against darkness, the pier acquired almost magical qualities. Imagine it. Gaslight flickering softly above the sea. Music drifting through salt air. Ladies in flowing dresses moving beneath iron arches. Gentlemen discussing politics, business, or digestive complaints with equal seriousness. And beyond the railings, only darkness and waves. The Victorian seaside understood romance instinctively. Of course, romance in practice often involved wool suits, uncomfortable shoes, strict social codes, and emotional repression sturdy enough to survive naval bombardment. But still, romance nonetheless. The West Pier represented refinement. Unlike later amusement-heavy piers filled with arcades and fairground noise, the West Pier retained elegance for much of its early history. It appealed strongly to Brighton's fashionable identity as a sophisticated resort rather than merely a playground. Yet change was already coming. The late 19th and early 20th centuries transformed British leisure culture dramatically. Mass entertainment expanded, working class tourism increased, new technologies reshaped public life. Electric lighting replaced gas illumination. Cinema emerged. Popular entertainment grew louder, faster, and more commercial. Brighton adapted continuously, and so did the West Pier. By the early 20th century, the pier incorporated theatres, dance halls, and broader entertainment offerings. Audiences attended performances ranging from orchestral concerts to variety shows. Seaside entertainment increasingly blended elegance with spectacle. The pier survived into the Edwardian era, that brief, glittering period before the First World War when Britain appeared confident, prosperous, and permanently dressed for garden parties. Then came war. The First World War changed Brighton profoundly, as it changed all of Britain. Tourism declined sharply during wartime. Many seaside attractions closed or reduced operations. Brighton itself became connected to military hospitals, treating wounded soldiers, including facilities inside the Royal Pavilion. The West Pier endured, but the carefree optimism of late Victorian Britain never fully returned. Still, between the wars, the pier experienced renewed popularity. The 1920s and 1930s brought dance culture, popular music, theatre performances, and growing tourism once more. Brighton remained one of Britain's favourite seaside destinations. Families arrived by train carrying suitcases, picnic baskets, and enough enthusiasm to ignore English weather forecasts entirely. The pier evolved with the times. Jazz bands played. Dancers filled the ballroom. Electric lights shimmered above evening crowds. Seaside holidays became central to British working and middle-class life. And then came another war. During the Second World War, many British piers faced danger because of invasion fears. Authorities worried enemy forces might use piers as landing points during a German attack. Large sections of some piers were therefore deliberately removed. The West Pier suffered wartime damage and restrictions, though it survived physically intact. But after 1945, deeper challenges emerged. Post-war Britain changed rapidly. Foreign holidays became increasingly accessible during the later 20th century. Cheap flights eventually allowed Britons to seek sunshine abroad rather than gamble emotionally against Brighton rain. Changing leisure habits affected traditional seaside resorts across the country. And maintaining old piers was enormously expensive. Salt water corrodes everything eventually. Storms weaken structures continuously. Iron decays, timber rots, marine engineering demands constant repair. The West Pier entered gradual decline. By the 1960s and 1970s, concerns about structural safety and financial viability intensified. Sections closed periodically. Maintenance costs mounted. Visitor numbers fluctuated. Yet many people still adored the pier. There is something deeply emotional about British seaside nostalgia. Even when resorts decline economically, affection remains powerful. People remember childhood holidays, family trips, first romances, walks beside the sea. Piers become containers for memory itself. The West Pier carried enormous emotional weight by the late 20th century. It represented not merely entertainment but continuity with older Brighton, a surviving fragment of Victorian elegance amidst modern change. And perhaps because of this emotional attachment, its decline became especially painful. In 1975, the pier closed officially to the public. That date mattered enormously. For the first time since 1866, people could no longer walk its length freely. The structure remained standing, but inaccessible. Empty. Abandonment transformed its atmosphere immediately. An unused pier becomes strangely ghostly. Wind moves differently through deserted structures. Silence replaces music. Rust spreads quietly. Seabirds reclaim spaces once filled with visitors. The West Pier entered its long afterlife. Restoration campaigns attempted repeatedly to save it. Preservation groups fought passionately for funding and support. Engineers assessed damage. Plans emerged and collapsed. Brighton residents debated its future intensely. Because nobody wanted to lose it. But restoring marine structures costs extraordinary amounts of money, and time is merciless toward neglected ironwork in seawater. Then came the fires. In March 2003, fire broke out on the abandoned pier. Flames tore through the old concert hall and pavilion structures, sending smoke rising dramatically above Brighton's coastline. Emergency services struggled to reach the burning sections because of the pier's unstable condition. The images shocked Britain. Fire against the sea. Victorian iron, silhouetted against orange flames. A national landmark, burning slowly into ruin. And then, only weeks later in May 2003, another major fire erupted. This second blaze caused devastating destruction. The old pavilions collapsed. Decorative structures vanished. Huge sections of the pier were destroyed completely. Many suspected arson, though the exact circumstances remained uncertain. What remained afterward looked almost apocalyptic and heartbreakingly beautiful. The burned skeleton stood isolated against the horizon, stripped of ornament and life. Iron supports rose black against sea and sky, while waves rolled endlessly beneath. People mourned it genuinely, not simply as architecture, but as memory, as history, as part of Brighton itself. And perhaps that was the moment the West Pier became mythic. Because ruins possess emotional power, intact buildings sometimes lack. They remind us of time passing, of beauty fading, of ambition collapsing, of entire eras disappearing slowly into weather and silence. The ruined West Pier seemed to embody the melancholy of the British seaside itself. Once glamorous, once crowded, once full of music, now weathered, vulnerable, nostalgic, yet somehow still standing. Artists became obsessed with it. Photographers captured it at sunrise, sunset, during storms, beneath snow, against summer skies, wrapped in mist. The ruin transformed constantly with weather and light. Some days it looked skeletal and airy, other days almost peaceful. Birds nested within the remains. The sea moved through it. Sunsets framed it spectacularly. All the while, Brighton continued living around it. The Palace Pier flashed with lights nearby. Tourists ate ice cream on the beach. Music drifted from bars. The city modernized and changed. But the West Pier remained. Broken but present, like memory refusing to disappear. Today, stabilization work continues to preserve what remains. Engineers and conservationists attempt to protect the surviving iron structure from complete collapse. It is no longer a pier in the traditional sense. Nobody promenades there. No orchestras play above the waves. No dancers glide beneath chandeliers. And yet somehow, emotionally, it may still be Brighton's most important pier. Because it tells the whole story. Victorian ambition, seaside glamour, industrial optimism, entertainment, mass tourism, decline, loss, nostalgia, reinvention. The West Pier reminds us that places, like people, change constantly. Beauty does not last forever. Neither does prosperity. Neither does fashion, empire, certainty, or even architecture built from iron beside the sea. But memory survives strangely, sometimes more powerfully than the original thing ever did. And so the ruined pier stands there still, out beyond Brighton's pebbled shore, black against the horizon, half architecture, half ghost, while waves roll endlessly through its empty bones, beneath the evening sky. If the West Pier was Brighton in silk gloves, then the Palace Pier was Brighton with its sleeves rolled up, laughing loudly, buying sticks of rock, and insisting everyone have a good time whether they planned to or not. And somehow, despite all the noise, flashing lights, fairground rides, arcade machines, fish and chips, shrieking children and seagulls conducting airborne robbery operations with terrifying professionalism, the Palace Pier became every bit as important to Brighton's identity as its more elegant older sibling. Perhaps even more so. Because the story of the Palace Pier is really the story of modern Brighton itself. A story about mass tourism, popular entertainment, democracy, commercial spectacle, changing class identities, and the transformation of the British seaside from aristocratic retreat into something gloriously public. The Palace Pier marks the moment Brighton fully embraced modernity. Not quite refinement, not Regency elegance. Modernity, bright, noisy, electric modernity. By the late 19th century, Brighton had already established itself as one of Britain's great seaside resorts. Railways poured visitors into the town in enormous numbers. Hotels, theatres, bathing facilities, promenades, and entertainment venues thrived along the coast. The West Pier stood elegantly above the sea, offering concerts and genteel leisure. But Britain itself was changing rapidly. The Industrial Revolution had created not only cities and factories, but entirely new forms of society. Urban populations exploded. Working and middle-class leisure expanded. Railway travel became increasingly affordable. Employers slowly introduced limited holiday time for workers. Mass culture began emerging on a scale previously unimaginable. And people wanted entertainment. Lots of it. Victorians often appear deeply serious in photographs, staring grimly into the middle distance, as though contemplating the collapse of civilization over afternoon tea. But in reality, they adored amusement. Music halls, theatres, fairs, circuses, exhibitions, dance halls, sporting events, pleasure gardens and seaside attractions flourished across Britain during the 19th century. Industrial life was exhausting. Entertainment became necessary relief. Brighton, perfectly positioned beside London and connected by railway since 1841, stood ready to profit magnificently from this demand. And so, during the final years of the Victorian age, plans emerged for a new pier. A grander pier. A livelier pier. A pier designed not merely for elegant promenading, but for mass entertainment on an unprecedented scale. Construction of the Palace Pier began in 1891. The project was ambitious and expensive. Designed by Richard St. George Moore, the pier stretched dramatically into the sea east of the old Chain Pier site. Unlike earlier piers built partly around refinement and scenic leisure, the Palace Pier embraced spectacle from the beginning. It intended to entertain crowds. Huge crowds. Building piers was never easy. Marine construction demanded enormous engineering effort. Workers battled tides, storms, corrosion, and difficult conditions constantly. Iron supports had to be driven deep into the seabed. Materials transported carefully above shifting waters. Weather disrupted schedules repeatedly because the English Channel enjoys reminding humanity who is actually in charge. Still, construction continued through the 1890s, and finally, on May 20th, 1899, the Brighton Marine Palace and Pier officially opened. The timing could hardly have been more symbolic. The 19th century was ending. Queen Victoria's long reign neared its close. Britain stood at the height of imperial power while simultaneously entering a new modern age of electricity, cinema, consumer culture, and mass entertainment. The Palace Pier belonged entirely to this new world. From the beginning, it was larger, louder, and more commercially ambitious than Brighton's earlier piers. The structure extended roughly 1,722 feet into the channel and included theatres, restaurants, bars, amusement spaces, and vast public areas designed for crowds. The architecture itself reflected confidence and theatricality. Ornate entrance buildings welcomed visitors dramatically from the promenade. Decorative ironwork combined with elaborate pavilions and entertainment facilities. Electric lighting illuminated the pier brilliantly at night, creating dazzling reflections above dark water. Electricity still felt magical to many people at the time. Imagine arriving from smoky Victorian London and seeing Brighton's seafront glittering against the evening sea like some enormous carnival floating above the waves. The Palace Pier must have seemed extraordinary. And unlike the more restrained elegance of the West Pier, this new structure celebrated energy openly. Music played constantly. Performers entertained audiences. Restaurants served refreshments to enormous numbers of visitors. Theatres hosted productions and variety shows. Brighton had entered the age of mass spectacle. Importantly, the Palace Pier reflected changing social realities in Britain. Earlier seaside culture often centred heavily around aristocratic and upper-middle-class visitors. But by the late 19th century, working-class tourism expanded dramatically. Railway excursion tickets allowed factory workers, clerks, shop assistants, and labourers to experience seaside holidays previously inaccessible to earlier generations. The seaside became democratic. Well, democratic by British standards, which still involved substantial class distinctions and at least one person judging your accent internally. Still, this mattered enormously. The Palace Pier welcomed huge mixed crowds. Families arrived carrying picnic baskets and luggage. Day trippers flooded in from London. Couples strolled arm in arm beneath electric lights. Children raced toward amusements with the focused determination of military campaigns. Brighton became less exclusive and more universal. This transformation occasionally horrified traditional elites. Naturally, as you've understood by now, throughout British history, upper classes have repeatedly discovered leisure destinations, praised them enthusiastically, then complained bitterly once ordinary people arrive wanting enjoyment too. Brighton survived this social transition remarkably well because it adapted continuously. The city balanced old elegance with new entertainment culture. Regency terraces still overlooked the sea, while fairground attractions expanded nearby. And the Palace Pier became the perfect symbol of this evolving identity. The Pier's entertainment offerings expanded steadily during the early 20th century. Concert halls hosted musical performances ranging from orchestras to popular singers. Variety theatre flourished. Audiences enjoyed comedians, dancers, magicians, acrobats, novelty acts, and dramatic productions. Victorian and Edwardian entertainment culture was wonderfully chaotic. One might encounter sentimental ballads, trained animals, patriotic speeches, comic sketches, spiritualists, jugglers, and deeply questionable moustaches all within a single evening. The British adored variety, and the Pier delivered it magnificently. Then came the arcades, humanity's eternal dream of exchanging coins for temporary emotional excitement beside the sea. As technology evolved through the 20th century, amusement arcades became central to the Palace Pier experience. Mechanical games, penny machines, fortune tellers, slot machines, and later video games transformed sections of the pier into flashing kingdoms of noise and possibility. Children stared at arcade lights with religious intensity. Adults pretended they were just watching. And somehow, despite all this cheerful commercial chaos, the Palace Pier retained genuine emotional importance for generations of visitors. Because British seaside holidays were never only about attractions themselves. They were rituals. Families returned year after year. Grandparents brought grandchildren to places they once visited as children themselves. People remembered first kisses beside the railings, disastrous weather during summer holidays, arcade victories worth approximately 14 pence, and heroic battles against seagulls attempting to steal chips directly from human hands. Memory embedded itself into places like the Palace Pier, and the pier witnessed enormous historical change around it. The First World War disrupted tourism dramatically. Brighton adapted to wartime conditions while much of Britain's normal leisure culture paused beneath the weight of conflict. Soldiers passed through the town. Hospitals treated wounded men. Anxiety replaced carefree holiday optimism. Yet after the war, entertainment returned. The 1920s and 1930s brought renewed popularity to Brighton's seaside attractions. Dance halls flourished during the interwar years. Jazz music drifted through theatres and ballrooms. Working-class holiday culture expanded further as rail travel and paid leave slowly became more common. The Palace Pier thrived during this era. Bright lights, music, dancing, and seaside excitement offered relief from economic hardship and political uncertainty. Britain between the wars often felt unstable and anxious, but places like Brighton sold temporary escape. Then, the Second World War arrived. The southern coast of England became strategically sensitive during wartime. German bombing raids threatened coastal towns repeatedly. Brighton experienced air raids and military activity throughout the conflict. Like other piers around Britain, sections of the Palace Pier were removed during the war to prevent potential use during enemy invasion attempts. The British coastline itself became militarised. Yet remarkably, the pier survived. And after 1945, it entered perhaps its most culturally iconic period. The post-war decades transformed British leisure completely. Despite rationing and economic struggles, ordinary people increasingly expected holidays and recreation as part of life. Seaside tourism boomed during the 1950s and 1960s. Brighton filled with visitors during summer months. The Palace Pier became central to this world. Candy floss, fish and chips, deck chairs, postcards, rock shops, donkey rides, arcades, fairground rides. Teenagers attempting romance beside terrifyingly cold seawater. The British seaside became almost mythological in national culture, and the Palace Pier stood at the centre of it all. Importantly, Brighton itself also developed a more rebellious and unconventional identity during the 20th century. Unlike some seaside towns that faded quietly into nostalgic decline, Brighton evolved continuously. Artistic culture flourished. Music scenes developed. LGBTQ+ communities found space and visibility there. Political activism, nightlife, fashion, and alternative culture increasingly shaped the city's atmosphere. Brighton became eccentric in the best possible way. And somehow the Palace Pier fit perfectly into this evolving identity, because beneath all its commercial spectacle, there remains something wonderfully democratic about the pier. Anyone can walk onto it. Anyone can stand above the sea eating chips while contemplating existence and simultaneously losing money on arcade machines. The pier belongs to everyone and no one. That openness matters. Of course, the structure itself faced challenges over time. Maintaining marine architecture remains expensive and difficult. Storms batter the coastline relentlessly. Salt water corrodes metal constantly. Ownership changed hands repeatedly throughout the 20th century. The pier was officially renamed simply Brighton Pier in 2000, though many people still stubbornly call it the Palace Pier anyway, because Britain treats official renaming efforts with deep suspicion. And honestly, Palace Pier does sound more dramatic. Throughout its history, the pier also evolved visually. Fairground rides expanded dramatically during the later 20th century. Neon lights transformed sections of the structure into glowing amusement landscapes visible across Brighton's coastline at night. Purists occasionally complained the pier had become too commercial, too noisy, too modern. But perhaps they missed the point. The Palace Pier always represented modernity, not frozen nostalgia. Living entertainment, adaptation, mass pleasure. The pier succeeded precisely because it changed alongside British society itself. And unlike the tragic fate of the West Pier, the Palace Pier remained alive. Busy, crowded, noisy. A functioning piece of Brighton rather than a ghostly memory. Today, millions visit annually. tourists wander through arcades carrying prizes they absolutely did not need. Children scream happily on rides, while parents reconsider financial decisions involving claw machines. Couples lean against railings watching sunsets. Friends drink beer above the waves. Seagulls patrol overhead like opportunistic maritime gangsters. And beneath all the noise remains continuity with Victorian Brighton. The same sea rolls below. The same horizon stretches outward. The same human desire for escape draws people southward from London and beyond. Brighton still offers relief from ordinary life. Only now the relief includes roller coasters. Perhaps that is why the Palace Pier endures so powerfully in British culture. It captures something essential about the seaside itself. Not perfection, not elegance alone, but joy. Messy, noisy, slightly tacky joy. The kind involving salt air, flashing lights, distant music, greasy chips, and wind strong enough to ruin your hair while simultaneously improving your mood. The Palace Pier transformed Brighton fully into the modern seaside city we recognise today. A place where spectacle meets nostalgia, where history coexists with arcade machines, where Victorian ambition still glows beneath electric lights, and where millions continue arriving beside the sea, searching for exactly what generations before them sought: escape, pleasure, fresh air, and perhaps, if fortune smiles upon them, chips not immediately stolen by gulls. There are buildings that reflect practicality, there are buildings that reflect power, and then there are buildings like Brighton's Royal Pavilion, which appear to reflect what happens when a future king acquires too much money, too much imagination, several deeply questionable interior designers, and absolutely nobody willing to tell him no. The Royal Pavilion is magnificent. A bit absurd, yes, but magnificent. Even today, nearly 2 centuries after its transformation into one of Britain's strangest architectural treasures, it still possesses the power to stop visitors in their tracks. Domes rise unexpectedly above Brighton, like something transported from another continent by a particularly flamboyant magician. Minarets curve against the Sussex sky. The exterior resembles an Indian palace imagined through the lens of Regency fantasy, while the interior explodes into dragons, chandeliers, silk, lacquer, mirrored light, and enough theatrical excess to make Versailles quietly mutter, "Steady on!" And somehow, impossibly, it exists in Brighton. Not Delhi, not Istanbul, not Beijing. Brighton. Beside fish and chips, pebbled beaches, and aggressively entrepreneurial seagulls. The pavilion is one of those rare buildings that reveals enormous truths about the age that created it. It tells us about empire, fantasy, status, indulgence, performance, escapism, exoticism, wealth, pleasure, and the extraordinary confidence of Georgian and Regency Britain. But above all, it tells us about one man, George, Prince of Wales. Later, Prince Regent. Later, King George IV. And possibly the only monarch in British history who could look at a seaside town and think, yes, what this place truly needs is an Indo-Islamic fantasy palace with chandeliers shaped like serpents. George was born in 1762, eldest son of King George III. From an early age, he developed tastes that alarmed almost everyone responsible for supervising him. He adored luxury, fashion, theatre, gambling, dining, architecture, women, entertainment, and spending money with the unstoppable enthusiasm of a man who believed accounting was a deeply personal insult. The prince possessed charm and charisma in abundance. He also possessed catastrophic financial discipline. Parliament repeatedly paid his debts, which he responded to with the energy of someone hearing, "Excellent, let us continue, immediately." Yet George was not merely frivolous. He became one of the great tastemakers of his era. His patronage shaped architecture, interior design, fashion, and artistic culture throughout Britain during the Regency period. Refined elegance mixed with theatrical indulgence under his influence. And nowhere expressed this more vividly than Brighton. The prince first visited Brighton in 1783. Officially, he came for health reasons. Sea air remained fashionable medicine during the 18th century. Doctors recommended coastal retreats for everything from melancholy to digestive troubles to general aristocratic exhaustion. Unofficially, Brighton offered something equally valuable: freedom. London court life was rigid, political, ceremonial, and intensely scrutinised. Brighton, by contrast, allowed George greater privacy and flexibility. Here, he could socialise more casually, pursue entertainment enthusiastically, and maintain his relationship with Maria Fitzherbert, the Catholic widow he secretly married in 1785, despite legal complications severe enough to horrify constitutional lawyers for generations. Brighton became his escape. And because George never did anything modestly, his escape required architecture. Initially, the prince rented a farmhouse near the seafront. This modest residence soon proved inadequate for someone whose definition of comfortable accommodation increasingly resembled minor emperor. In 1787, architect Henry Holland transformed the property into the Marine Pavilion, a neoclassical villa influenced partly by French style. Elegant, fashionable, and refined, it reflected contemporary Georgian taste. But George's imagination was only warming up. Over the following decades, particularly during the Regency era after 1811, when George ruled as Prince Regent due to his father's illness, the pavilion underwent astonishing transformation under architect John Nash. And this is where things become gloriously strange. Nash redesigned the pavilion into a fantasy palace unlike anything else in Britain. Drawing inspiration from Indian Mughal architecture and Chinese decorative styles, he created an extraordinary hybrid structure that reflected Britain's imperial fascination with the exotic, filtered through Regency theatricality and royal excess. The result looked less like traditional British architecture and more like a fever dream experienced after eating heavily spiced food while reading travel accounts beneath candlelight. It was extraordinary. The exterior featured enormous domes, minarets, onion-shaped cupolas, decorative arches, and sweeping silhouettes inspired by Indo-Islamic architecture. White stucco surfaces gleamed dramatically against Brighton skies. Visitors approaching the pavilion encountered something entirely unexpected. It must have felt astonishingly modern and bizarre at the same time. Britain during this period controlled vast territories through the East India Company and expanding imperial power. Wealth, goods, Artistic influences and cultural fantasies from across Asia flowed into British elite society. Chinoiserie and Orientalism became fashionable among aristocrats fascinated by distant cultures they often understood poorly but decorated enthusiastically around. The pavilion embodied this imperial imagination perfectly. Not authentic India, not authentic China, but Regency Britain dreaming about them extravagantly. And the interiors surpassed even the exterior in sheer theatrical insanity. The banqueting room remains one of the most spectacular interiors ever created in Britain. Massive chandeliers shaped like dragons clutching lotus lanterns hang above lavish dining spaces. Red and gold decoration glows beneath painted ceilings. Mirrors multiply light endlessly. It resembles the dining hall of a very wealthy emperor who perhaps briefly considered subtlety before wisely abandoning the idea entirely. Then there is the music room. If the banqueting room whispers luxury, the music room screams it directly into your face while releasing decorative dragons from the ceiling. Huge crimson draperies, gilded ornamentation, serpentine chandeliers, bamboo motifs, and intricate decorative schemes combine into an overwhelming spectacle of colour and fantasy. Nothing about the pavilion is restrained. That is precisely its charm. George IV used the pavilion for entertainment on a lavish scale. Guests attended extravagant banquets, musical performances, parties, and social gatherings within these extraordinary interiors. The building functioned not merely as residence, but as theatrical stage upon which Regency high society performed wealth, sophistication, and pleasure. Brighton itself benefited enormously. The Prince Regent's patronage transformed the town's reputation permanently. Aristocrats and fashionable visitors flocked southward, eager to participate in Brighton society. Hotels expanded, elegant terraces appeared, businesses thrived. The city evolved rapidly from fishing town into glamorous resort. Royal glamour acted like economic rocket fuel, and yet beneath the splendour lingered contradiction. The pavilion symbolised imperial fantasy during a period when Britain's expanding empire depended upon exploitation, colonial control, and immense inequality. Luxury inside the pavilion contrasted sharply with poverty elsewhere in Brighton and Britain itself. While George dined beneath dragon chandeliers, many ordinary people struggled through industrial hardship, unstable employment, and overcrowded urban life. History often unfolds this way. Magnificent beauty existing beside uncomfortable reality. Still, the pavilion's artistry remains undeniable. John Nash created not merely architecture but atmosphere. Every room guided emotional experience carefully through colour, light, decoration, and spectacle. Visitors moved through sequences of increasingly elaborate spaces designed to astonish continuously. The building understood theatre instinctively. And George adored theatre. The prince himself became a larger-than-life figure within British culture. Fashionable, witty, extravagant, overweight, charming, self-indulgent, politically controversial, and emotionally complicated, he fascinated contemporaries endlessly. Caricaturists mocked him mercilessly. Yet people could not stop watching him. In many ways, George IV anticipated modern celebrity culture. His personal life, spending habits, romances, debts, clothing, and residences generated enormous public attention. The pavilion became inseparable from his image as Britain's ultimate royal hedonist. And Brighton embraced this reputation enthusiastically. The town increasingly marketed itself around pleasure, fashion, leisure, and escape. Visitors arrived seeking entertainment, sea air, and proximity to royal glamour. Brighton's identity as London by the Sea strengthened enormously during the Regency period. Then, inevitably, everything changed. George IV became king in 1820 and died in 1830. His successor, William IV, occasionally used the pavilion but preferred simpler tastes. Then came Queen Victoria. And Victoria absolutely did not care for the pavilion. To be fair, this made emotional sense. Victoria represented an entirely different cultural mood from the Regency excess associated with her uncle. Victorian Britain valued morality, family respectability, discipline and restraint, at least publicly. The pavilion embodied indulgence, fantasy, theatricality, and George IV behaving as though interior decoration itself were an Olympic event. Victoria found the building impractical and insufficiently private. Brighton itself had also grown increasingly crowded as railway tourism expanded. By the mid-19th century, the royal family sought quieter retreats elsewhere, particularly Osborne House on the Isle of Wight. And so, in 1850, Queen Victoria sold the pavilion to the town of Brighton. This decision proved enormously important, because had the building remained solely royal property, its later history might have unfolded very differently. Instead, Brighton acquired one of Britain's greatest architectural treasures directly into civic ownership. The town preserved it carefully. And over time, the pavilion evolved beyond royal residence into public symbol. During the First World War, the building served unexpectedly as a military hospital for Indian soldiers wounded while fighting for the British Empire. The irony was extraordinary. A fantasy palace inspired loosely by Indian architecture suddenly housed real Indian servicemen recovering far from home. Photographs from the period show hospital beds arranged beneath lavish interiors originally designed for aristocratic entertainment. History often creates juxtapositions no novelist would dare invent. The pavilion continued serving multiple civic functions through the 20th century, while restoration projects gradually returned many interiors closer to their Regency splendour. Curators researched original designs meticulously, decorative schemes were reconstructed, furniture and artworks returned. Today, visitors entering the pavilion experience something remarkably close to George IV's extraordinary vision, and people remain captivated by it, because the building still feels unreal. Step outside from ordinary Brighton streets, and suddenly there it stands. Domes, minarets, fantasy, extravagance. It appears almost impossible within its surroundings, which only deepens its magic. The pavilion embodies Brighton perfectly, because Brighton itself has always thrived upon reinvention and theatricality. A fishing village transformed into fashionable resort. A Regency playground becoming democratic seaside city. a place balancing elegance and eccentricity continuously. The pavilion sits at the centre of this identity like a giant decorative exclamation mark. And perhaps what makes it so beloved today is precisely its refusal to apologise for excess. Modern life often prizes minimalism, efficiency, restraint. Neutral colours and furniture apparently designed by emotionally exhausted Scandinavians. The pavilion rejects all of that magnificently. It insists upon spectacle, upon fantasy, upon delight. It reminds us that architecture can be playful and emotional rather than merely functional. That buildings can transport people psychologically into entirely different worlds. George IV may have been flawed in countless ways, but he understood something essential about Brighton. People come here to escape, to become briefly untethered from ordinary routines and expectations. The pavilion transforms that desire into architecture itself. A palace beside the sea dedicated entirely to imagination, indulgence, and performance. Britain's most beautiful fever dream. And perhaps that is why it endures so powerfully. Because beneath the dragons and chandeliers and impossible domes lies something deeply human. The longing to create beauty, extravagant enough to make reality disappear for a while. Even if only until the seagulls outside remind you where you are. They once stole my chicken right from the plate. Seriously, there's no mercy. Beware. Brighton has always been a city slightly unwilling to behave itself properly. Even in its Regency glory days, beneath the polished promenades and aristocratic flirtation, there lingered something unconventional in the air. A sense that Brighton existed just far enough away from London to loosen the rules. A place where people came not only to rest, but to experiment a little with who they might become beside the sea. And over the 20th century, that spirit deepened. Because while many British seaside towns struggled to survive changing times, Brighton did something unusual. It reinvented itself. Again, and again, and again. The story of modern Brighton is therefore not simply one of tourism. It is a story about survival through transformation, about how a city built originally around aristocratic leisure adapted to world wars, economic decline, youth rebellion, counterculture, queer identity, music, art, nightlife, political activism, and modern tourism without entirely losing its soul, or its capacity for delightful chaos. The 20th century began with Brighton, still one of Britain's most beloved seaside resorts. Edwardian visitors flooded southward during summer seasons. Hotels thrived. Bands played along the promenades. The Palace Pier glittered above the sea. The West Pier remained elegant and fashionable. Holidaymakers arrived carrying trunks, parasols, optimism, and the deeply British willingness to wear wool beside the ocean regardless of weather conditions. But Europe was drifting toward catastrophe. And when the First World War erupted in 1914, Brighton changed almost overnight. Like much of Britain, the city became part of the war effort. Hotels and public buildings adapted to military needs. Soldiers moved through the town. Families faced uncertainty and grief, as young men departed for the front lines in France and Belgium. Yet perhaps the most extraordinary wartime transformation involved the Royal Pavilion. In 1914, the Pavilion became a military hospital for wounded soldiers, particularly troops from the Indian Army serving within the British Empire's wartime forces. Thousands of Indian soldiers fought for Britain during the war, and many wounded men received treatment in Brighton beneath the pavilion's fantastical domes. The symbolism was remarkable. A palace, inspired loosely by Indian architecture, now housed real Indian servicemen recovering far from home in a cold English seaside city filled with seagulls and suspicious weather. Nurses moved through rooms beneath dragon chandeliers and lavish decorations, while wounded soldiers healed beneath ceilings originally intended to impress aristocrats. History rarely lacks irony. Brighton itself became quieter during wartime. Tourism declined sharply. Anxiety replaced leisure. Yet the city survived, and after the war ended in 1918, the familiar rhythms of seaside life slowly returned. The 1920s and 1930s brought renewed energy. Dance halls flourished. Jazz drifted through theatres and hotels. Cinema expanded rapidly. Brighton became increasingly associated with glamour, nightlife, and modern entertainment. The interwar years transformed British leisure culture significantly. Working people gradually gained greater access to holidays and recreation. Seaside tourism boomed again, despite economic hardship during the Great Depression. Families still saved carefully for annual trips to the coast because seaside holidays represented something emotionally important. Escape, relief, temporary freedom from ordinary pressures. Brighton sold that dream magnificently. And then came another war. The Second World War affected Brighton profoundly because geography suddenly mattered in terrifying ways. Brighton lay directly on Britain's southern coast, facing occupied Europe. During the war years, the English Channel no longer represented leisure and holidays. It became a military frontier. German bombing raids struck Brighton repeatedly during the Blitz. Air raid sirens echoed through streets once filled with holiday music. Buildings suffered damage. Windows shattered. Families sheltered underground while aircraft passed overhead through darkness. The atmosphere changed entirely. The beaches themselves transformed too. Defensive barriers appeared along the coastline. Barbed wire, anti-tank obstacles, and military fortifications scarred the seafront. Sections of piers were removed to prevent potential German landings should invasion occur. Imagine the psychological effect. The same beaches where children built sandcastles and couples promenaded beside the sea suddenly prepared for war. Brighton's famous coastline became part of Britain's defensive shield. And yet, even during wartime, ordinary life persisted stubbornly. People still fell in love, still danced when possible, still visited cafes and cinemas, still attempted normality beneath extraordinary pressure. Human beings are remarkably determined to continue living. After 1945, Britain emerged victorious but exhausted. Cities carried bomb damage, the economy struggled, rationing continued for years. Yet amid hardship came profound social change. the post-war decades reshaped Brighton completely. The 1950s and 1960s became the great age of British seaside holidays. Millions of families visited coastal resorts annually. Paid holidays became increasingly common for workers. Trains carried enormous crowds southward during summer months. Brighton thrived once more. The Palace Pier blazed with lights and noise. Arcades rang with coins and mechanical music. Hotels filled with visitors. Deck chairs lined the beach. Ice cream melted heroically in uncertain sunshine. Post-war Brighton possessed a particular atmosphere difficult to describe fully now. Optimism mixed with faded grandeur. Modernity mixed with nostalgia. Rock and roll drifting through Regency streets. And then came the mods. No history of modern Brighton can avoid the mods and rockers. During the early 1960s, Britain experienced growing youth culture divisions shaped by music, fashion, class identity, and rebellion. Mods embraced sharp suits, Italian scooters, soul music, amphetamines, and immaculate style. Rockers preferred leather jackets, motorcycles, rock and roll, and looking as though they might repair engines aggressively at any moment. Naturally, these groups eventually decided Brighton was the ideal location for public conflict. During holiday weekends in 1964, clashes between mods and rockers erupted dramatically across Brighton's seafront. Newspapers reacted with absolute hysteria. Headlines warned of wild youth and social collapse. Photographs showed teenagers fighting along beaches and promenades, while horrified adults wondered whether civilization itself had finally ended beside the Palace Pier. It had not. Though several deck chairs suffered terribly. The Brighton disturbances became culturally iconic, partly because they symbolised generational anxiety in post-war Britain. Older society feared changing youth culture, loosening social codes, and growing rebellion among teenagers who possessed more spending power and freedom than previous generations. Brighton, naturally, stood at the centre of it all, because Brighton has always attracted people testing identities and boundaries. And this spirit only intensified during the later 20th century. By the 1970s and 1980s, many traditional British seaside resorts entered economic decline. Cheap foreign package holidays transformed tourism patterns dramatically. Why gamble against English weather when Spain existed with sunshine practically guaranteed? Many coastal towns struggled badly. But Brighton adapted. Again. Rather than relying solely upon traditional tourism, the city evolved culturally. Music scenes flourished, arts communities expanded, independent businesses appeared. Universities brought student populations and creative energy. Nightlife developed a national reputation. Brighton became cool. Not polished London cool, something stranger. More relaxed. More eccentric. A little scruffy around the edges in ways people found charming rather than depressing. And perhaps most importantly, Brighton increasingly became associated with LGBTQ+ life and identity. Nowhere else in Britain developed this reputation quite so strongly. By the late 20th century, Brighton had become widely known as Britain's unofficial queer capital. LGBTQ+ communities found visibility, acceptance, nightlife, social spaces, and cultural freedom there on a scale unusual elsewhere in the country. This transformation did not happen overnight. Queer people had always existed in Brighton, naturally, just as they existed everywhere throughout history despite society's repeated attempts to pretend otherwise. But Brighton's atmosphere gradually encouraged openness. Its identity as a place slightly outside conventional rules made reinvention easier. Seaside towns often carry this quality historically. Ports, resorts, and transient communities tend to create spaces where rigid identities soften slightly. Visitors arrive temporarily. Social boundaries become less fixed. Anonymity becomes possible. Experimentation feels safer. Brighton amplified this spirit enormously. By the 1990s and early 2000s, the city's LGBTQ+ culture had become central to its modern identity. Bars, clubs, events, activism, and creative communities flourished particularly around areas such as Kemptown. Brighton Pride grew into one of the largest and most celebrated Pride festivals in Britain. This mattered profoundly. For many people, Brighton represented not merely entertainment but refuge, a place where they could exist more openly, a city where difference felt woven into local culture rather than merely tolerated reluctantly. And perhaps this development makes perfect sense historically. Brighton had always been about escape from restrictive environments. Victorians escaped London smoke and social suffocation beside the sea. 20th century queer communities escaped different forms of pressure and judgment there too. The city's essential emotional function remained surprisingly consistent even as society changed dramatically around it. Meanwhile, Brighton's artistic and musical culture continued expanding. Punk, alternative music, independent art scenes, theatre, comedy and nightlife flourished across the late 20th century. The city attracted performers, writers, students, activists and creatives seeking something looser and less corporate than London. Although inevitably many Londoners arrived too. Brighton's relationship with London remained wonderfully complicated throughout modern history. The city depended economically upon tourism and proximity to the capital, while simultaneously cultivating an identity proudly separate from it. London by the sea, but with more tattoos, and considerably stronger opinions about organic coffee. By the 21st century, Brighton had become one of Britain's most distinctive cities. Tourism remained vital, but visitors now arrived for multiple reasons beyond traditional seaside holidays. Some came for nightlife, some for music festivals, some for queer culture, some for art and food, some simply to wander along the beach staring moodily at the sea while reconsidering life decisions beneath dramatic skies. Brighton accommodates all of them. And still, the old layers remain visible beneath the modern city. Regency terraces overlook independent cafes. The Royal Pavilion rises absurdly magnificent beside busy streets. The Palace Pier flashes above dark water. The ruined West Pier haunts the horizon. Victorian hotels coexist beside street art and vegan bakeries. History never disappeared here. It simply accumulated. Of course, modern Brighton also faces enormous pressures. Property prices soared during recent decades. Gentrification transformed neighbourhoods. Tourism created tensions between local life and visitor economies. Homelessness became increasingly visible. Rising costs pushed some communities outward. Like many successful cities, Brighton risks becoming too expensive for some of the very people who gave it creative energy in the first place. And yet, despite these challenges, the city retains something unusually human. Perhaps because Brighton never became entirely polished. The weather helps. English seaside towns remain gloriously incapable of taking themselves too seriously when horizontal rain is involved. But there is something deeper, too. Brighton still feels emotionally open. People arrive there seeking change, reinvention, recovery, freedom, romance, distraction, community, or simply a weekend away from London involving chips and questionable financial decisions inside arcades. And the city understands all these desires instinctively, because adaptation has always defined its history. From fishing village to Regency playground, from Victorian resort to wartime coastline, from fading seaside town to cultural and queer capital. Brighton survived by changing while remaining recognisably itself. A city of escape beside the sea. And perhaps nowhere captures modern Brighton more perfectly than this image. The ruined West Pier silhouetted against sunset while music drifts from beachfront bars. Rainbow flags flutter along nearby streets. Students cycle dangerously through traffic. Tourists queue for donuts on the Palace Pier, and somewhere overhead a seagull prepares to steal somebody's chips with absolute confidence in its own divine right to do so. History layered upon history. Elegance beside rebellion. Nostalgia beside reinvention. Brighton still refusing to behave properly. And thank heavens for that.